Page ready now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the new territory. His courage was only matched by his sense of fair play, and Indians and white men alike turned to him for help. It was for this reason that he was able to settle so many disputes between them by peaceful means. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's going to be trouble in the Bitter Creek country. We've got to hurry. Hail, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto had reined in their horses behind the express office at the little crossroads town of Three Forks. They're watching the approach of a stage from the east.
That must be the stage we've been waiting for, Tonto. The regular stage on this run isn't due for several hours yet.
That ain't all right.
I hope the government has sent the right kind of man to settle the argument between Canfield and Chief White Cloud. The Indians are in the right, and if Canfield is permitted to steal their land, there may be trouble.
White Cloud maybe go on warpath.
He's lived at peace with the whites for a good many years, but he'll not let his tribe be cheated. Tonto.
What matter?
That fellow standing just beyond the hitching post. Isn't that Roof Corby?
That him.
One of Canfield's men. Tonto, he must be here for the same reason we are. To learn who's been appointed to judge the quarrel between his boss and the Indians. And he'll make his report. He can beat the stage to Newton by almost a week on horseback.
Stage trail go a long way round.
Canfield isn't taking chances. Here's the stage now, Kemosabe. Careful we're not seen.
Whoa there! Whoa, you critters! Whoa! Whoa there! Whoa! Get down and open the door for the judge, Frank. He'll likely be wanting to stretch his legs a mite after riding inside all morning.
Yeah. Stand back, folks. Let the judge get out. Judge will be here for a couple of minutes changing horses if you feel like getting out for a bit.
Thank you, Frank. I think I will.
I'll feed the horses now. right, fellas, hurry up.
You the fellow the government sent us to Newton, mister? How's things at Washington?
Who'd you figure's to the right of it, Canfield or them Indians?
Gentlemen, please, one question at a time.
Here you are, Judge Allen, ain't you?
Have we met before?
It ain't that, Judge. Just that I heard the guard there call you by your title. There's been some talk that maybe you'd be the one that was sent out here.
Oh.
Reckon it won't take you long to show them Redskins where they get off.
I'm not entirely acquainted with the facts.
Of course you ain't.
But from the little I've been told, the issue seems clear.
Sure it is. Them Indians are trying to grab what's rightfully Canfield's.
Yes? That wasn't my impression.
Why, just the whole thing's down in black and white. Canfield's land runs up to Bitter Creek in the south, and the reservation starts on the other side of the creek. But now White Cloud's claiming land north of the creek.
But when the boundaries of the reservation were agreed upon, the creek didn't follow its present course.
It don't make no difference.
It seems to me to make a considerable difference. A landslide changed the course of Bitter Creek, didn't it?
Yeah?
But when Chief White Cloud signed the treaty with the government, the creek flowed several miles north of its position now.
Oh, what if it did? All that agreement says is that the Indians get the land south of Bitter Creek. If the creek changes course, why, that's just the Redskins' hard luck. They should have thought of that maybe happening when they signed the treaty.
Canfield would become an immensely wealthy man if I decided in his favor, wouldn't he?
He ain't asking for nothing but what's his.
You're one of his men?
I never said it was.
No, I noticed
Hey, Judge.
that. Yes?
Better get inside. We're all hitched up and ready to start.
Thank you, Eric. Well, good day, sir.
Wait, Judge.
Well,
Then you're going to give that land to them blasted Redskins?
I haven't said that.
Well, but just now you
I
said...
said that the facts, as I know them, seem to favor White Cloud. I may find when I'm on the ground that there are other circumstances which alter the case. Until then, I'm certainly not qualified to express a definite opinion.
But you
Good
said...
day.
All set, Judge?
Tell Eric, go ahead, Frank.
Get up there. Get up. Get on.
Roof was asking Judge Allen a lot of questions, Tonto. Wait, he's getting on his horse.
Him look plenty mad.
You see which way he's going?
Him go west.
He'll report to Canfield that Judge Allen is sympathetic to the Indians. And Canfield isn't the kind of man to agree to arbitration unless he's sure the judgment will go in his favor.
Him crook.
He'll do something to make sure he wins out, and he won't care whether it's within the law or not, just so it serves his purpose. Tonto, I want you to ride on to Newton.
How to do that?
Try to find out what Canfield plans when he hears from Roof Corby. Then meet me at our old camp in the hills. I'll ride ahead of the stage to make sure none of Canfield's men are on the stage trail. Judge Allen has to arrive at Newton safely. Come on,
Get him up, Scout.
It was several days later that Phil Canfield entered the office of Bert Buckman, Indian agent for White Cloud's reservation.
Howdy, Canfield. Have a chair. Say, what's ailing you?
This blasted office of yours, Bert, is getting overrun with redskins.
I'm Indian agent, ain't I?
And teach them redskins to get out of the way when a white man comes along.
Yeah?
I nearly bumped into one just now because he wouldn't get off the side of the steps I was coming up.
And there wasn't room to go around him?
What difference does that make?
I'll have a look and see who it was. I don't hold with them Indians getting too independent. There ain't no one out there now.
Reckon he got scared and beat it.
That's all that was troubling you?
Not by a blame sight. What I want to know is what's happened to Roof. I expected him back yesterday.
It's a long ways to Three Forks and back, Canfield.
He knows we're waiting on his word.
Oh, he'll get back as soon as he can. You ain't worried about not getting that land, are you?
Why wouldn't I worry about it? Ain't it worth a fortune?
Shucks. Judge Allen's the only one we got to be afraid of. Anybody else they'd be likely to send out here, Commissioner Langley or one of them, would be sure to look at it your way.
I aim to be certain.
And besides, ain't I here to testify you got the right of it?
After what I paid you, you say anything different, and I'll make it so blasted hot for you.
Doggone if you ain't touchy. You're
Who's that?
Eh? Well, now, after all your hollering, here comes Roof down.
It is?
Look for yourself. We was just talking about you, Roof.
Boss,
Well, what'd you find out?
it's Judge Allen.
No.
Well, I'll be switched.
You sure of that, Roof?
I ought to be. I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He said enough to show he's against us.
Yeah?
He said from what he'd heard about it that White Cloud ought to get the land.
Just what I was afraid of.
And that means...
That means that he's gotta be took care of.
Huh?
Took care of. Are you loco?
Just loco enough to aim to have that land, no matter who the government was fool enough to send out here.
But
And
Canfield...
just loco enough to have figured maybe this would happen. and make a plan to take care of it.
You got a scheme, boss?
You just bet I have. Close that window, Roof.
Right, boss.
And I'm telling you this. After I get through, I'll not only have the land I want, but I'll have every Injun around these parts hightailing away from here to save his skin. Now, listen.
Whoa, Scout. Whoa, feller.
You got the Newton all right, Tonto?
Me get there, had a feller named Roof.
Good. Did you learn what Canfield said when he found out Judge Allen had been appointed?
Him not like him.
I expected that. But I wonder what he'll do about it.
Me not hear that. Him got scheme, though.
Yes?
Him say him get land, make plenty trouble for White Cloud.
But you couldn't hear any more than that?
Tonto stand by window. When him tell scheme, him close window.
So he expects to get the land he wants and make trouble for the Indians at the same time. I'd give a lot to know what his plan is.
Tonto try find out. Canfield feller plenty careful.
Of course, he'd keep the judge from reaching Newton. He and his men could stop the stage, even make the judge a prisoner or kill him. But that wouldn't serve his purpose, because the stage trail is on this side of the mountains, and White Cloud's reservation is on the other. If anything happened to the judge on the trail, it would be white men who would get the blame, not Indians.
That's right.
The only way Indians could reach the trail from their reservation would be to pass through Newton, and then it'd be known in town whether or not Indians had left. So the Indians can't be made to appear guilty unless Judge Allen's body is found on their land. And Canfield would never dare to capture the judge on the trail, then take him to the reservation through town. There were a pass through the mountains that men on horseback could use, but I've never heard of one.
Tonto not know any.
Probably Canfield is a scheme he'll use after Judge Allen reaches Newton. Here, Silver.
What we do?
The stage that's bringing the judge is still quite a distance west of us. I'm going to try to persuade Judge Allen to return to Three Forks until we can learn what Canfield plans.
That good.
Come on, Kimosabe.
Hi, Silver!
Away!
Traveling.
How far do you figure we'll get her for nightfall, Eric?
Oh, we'll most likely have to put up at Benton Crossing long enough to get a few hours sleep and fresh horses. Then we'll hit the trail again.
The government's sure in a hurry to get the judge to Newton.
That's just why he's got us with a special stage and all, instead of traveling by regular stage. Get up there!
You noticed Roof back at Three Forks, didn't you?
I figured Canfield had sent somebody to check up.
Well, all I can say is I sure wish we was pulling into Newton now.
Shucks, it'll be another week before that happens.
Yeah. Wonder how the judge is making out inside. You ought to be feeling mighty shook up by this time.
Frank.
Huh? What's the matter?
Look over yonder, cutting across the prairie.
2 horsemen.
And the one on the white horse is masked. Grab your guns, they're trying to head us off.
Lay into them horses.
Come on, you critters. Show me some speed, doggone you lazy hides.
That other hombre's a redskin. Say, look at them horses there stretch out.
Stop the stage. Pull up there. What's he shouting?
Something about pulling up on it.
Come on, Silver. They can't be from Canfield, can they? You sure wouldn't have no engine working for him.
They're just hold up in.
Get along, blast your hides. Get up.
We ain't gonna get past them.
Throw some lead their way.
I'll try, but it ain't easy aiming with the stage bounced around like this.
You never even come close.
Hang up for oil fire. Get away from here.
Up those horses. Shoot again, Frank.
I'll fix those blasters. Ow!
He drill you?
Blasted the gun right out of my hand.
The next shot will be closer.
You'd better do like he says, Eric.
Judge will be mad as a bear. Whoa there. Whoa. We ain't carrying anything worth the stealing.
I've got to speak to Judge Allen.
What's the meaning of this? Eric, who are these men? What did they stop us for?
Don't ask me, Judge. I don't know.
Judge, you've got to turn back.
You're giving me orders?
I'm warning you. It isn't safe for you to go to Newton.
Preposterous.
I know what I'm talking about, Judge. Townie here learned that Canfield is some kind of scheme to start trouble. I want you to return to Three Forks until we can find out what that scheme is.
He's crazy, Judge.
One moment. Stranger, you say that Canfield will try to harm me?
Yes.
What's his plan?
I can't tell you that yet, but
I see it, Judge. It's the Redskins don't want you to get to Newton. They figure you'll learn some facts that'll make you decide against them. Why, look, there's even a Redskin that had the crust to come along with this masked feller.
You're probably right, Eric. You have nothing more definite to tell me?
your danger is definite, sir. Only its form is doubtful.
I see. Eric.
Yeah?
Are you afraid? Would you and Frank rather turn back?
Not by a blame sight.
Very well, you'll drive on. As for you, sir, if this has been a trick to aid the Indians, you've failed. If you told me the truth, I want you to understand I've never run in the face of danger. And I'm not a man to learn to be a coward now. Eric, Get those horses started.
Get up there! Get along with you! Get up there! Get up!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger stopped the stage carrying Judge Allen to Newton and warned him of danger ahead, the judge refused to listen. We see the masked man and Tonto as they sit astride their powerful horses, watching the stage disappear in the distance.
Why you not make 'em go back?
For several reasons, Tonto.
Oh.
In the first place, he saw that you were an Indian. If we used force to make him return to Three Forks, he'd blame the Indians and possibly decide against them.
That's right.
And in the second place, I doubt that he's in real danger as long as he's on the trail. As long as White Cloud's Indians are on the other side of the mountains, there's no pass through which they could reach the trail except where the hills thin out beyond Newton. Canfield couldn't possibly shoot Judge Allen and make it look as though the Indians were guilty.
What we do now?
There's just one thing we can do. Warn White Cloud.
We can still beat the stage of Newton by several days. White Cloud's village is close by, and we'll let him know that Canfield is likely to start trouble after the judge reaches town.
Then White Cloud guard against trouble.
Right. He can set a few of his cleverest braves to spy on Canfield if he wishes. He can give orders to the rest of his tribe to stay in their village where Canfield can't get them mixed in his scheme. In the meantime, we'll be on hand to stop whatever Canfield starts.
We stop him.
Come on, Tonto. Now for White Cloud's village. Hi-yo,
Hit him up,
away!
The masked man and Tonto raced ahead of the stagecoach, first to Newton, then on to White Cloud's village.
Here we are, Tonto. There's White Cloud.
Him see us. Him come this way.
Hello, White Cloud.
How, white friend? How? Kimosabe Tonto.
How, White Cloud?
Me not see you long time. White Cloud wonder why friends not come make talk.
There have been many things to keep us away, White Cloud.
But you here now. We make big feast, make...
Not now, good friend.
What matter?
I'm sorry, but we brought bad news.
What that?
We heard about your quarrel with Canfield, White Cloud. We know that he's trying to steal land that rightfully belongs to you. That's why Tonto and I are here.
Canfield feller make big trouble.
But he's planning even more.
Him make more trouble?
White Cloud, Canfield was hoping that the government would appoint a man who hates the Indians to arbitrate in your dispute.
Me know that.
But the man who was appointed is Judge Allen. He's an honest man, White Cloud, and he'll decide exactly as the facts warrant.
Me plenty glad hear that.
But that's just it. Canfield will attempt any kind of trickery to make the decision go his way. He's got some kind of crooked plan, White Cloud. A plan to get you and your tribe in trouble.
What plan?
I don't know, but I wanted to warn you so that you could be on your guard. Don't let your braves go into town where a fight could be started. That happened, Canfield would claim that your people were only brutal savages and deserved to have your land taken from you as punishment.
Him clever like fox.
If Canfield suggests anything to you, study it carefully. He may try to...
What that?
Didn't that scream come from your lodge, White Cloud?
That Indian name, Little Crow.
Little Crow?
Him bad Indian. Him big coward.
That sounded as though he was being punished for something.
Little Crow get gold from Paleface. Tell Paleface heap big secret.
He told a secret for gold?
His secret only Indian know. Long time it's secret of my tribe. But Little Crow tell white man. Now Little Crow, him pay.
What secret could your tribe have, White Cloud, that would interest one of my race?
You good friend. You like brother, White Cloud. Me tell you.
Yes?
Their pass through mountains only Indian know.
What's that? A pass through the mountains?
Ah, Indian know way through hills. White man not know 'em.
And Little Crow told that secret to a white man. Tonto, we were wrong. There is a way through the mountains to the trail, and someone was interested enough in that pass to pay for the information in gold.
What you think?
I think that Judge Allen's life is in danger right now. We've got to get back to him. White Cloud.
What matter?
I thought that the judge would be safe until he reached Newton, but this changes everything. Don't you see what Canfield can do? If he was the man who paid Little Crow for your secret, he can send men to capture the judge, take the judge through the mountains onto your reservation, and leave him to be found there so that your tribe will be blamed for his death.
You think him do that?
I do, and we've got to prevent it. Will you help me, White Cloud?
White Cloud help.
Then get half a dozen of your braves, mount them on your swiftest horses, and we'll see if we can reach the stage before Canfield's men do.
Hey, Canfield, ain't that the stage up ahead?
That's it, all right.
Sure the three of us can handle this, boss?
I told you I got things fixed with the driver and guard, didn't I? They won't put up no fight.
Then we head for that pass the engine told you about, eh?
Right.
Hold on! Pull in them horses!
That Canfield there with you?
Rein up, Harry!
Whoa there, you critters! Whoa, blast you! Whoa, whoa!
All right, Judge. I'm out of that stage.
Eric, I thought I told you not to stop for anything.
Sorry to disappoint you, Judge.
What right have you...
That'll be enough out of you. Harry,
Yeah?
you and Frank are riding with us as well as the judge. We brought 3 extra horses.
Riding with you. Look here.
You see this here?
A gun.
Uh-huh. And that shooting iron says you're climbing into that there saddle without no more argument.
But I tell you...
Canfield, why don't you plug him now and have it over with?
I'll give the orders here, Bert. The judge is going with us alive because it's a heap easier toting a live hombre along with us than a dead one. Now, Judge, get in that saddle.
You're Canfield?
That's me.
Do you think I won't remember this? Eric, Frank, are you in this man's pay?
Why not, Judge? He pays good wages.
Ready to go, fellas?
Yeah, ready.
You'll be punished for this.
Punished? Shucks, Judge. I don't see how that can be. I never yet heard of a dead man giving evidence in court. All right, let's go. Get up there. Get up.
Oh, Silver! Oh, there! Oh, Tonto, we're too late.
Stage empty.
Canfield was ahead of us. Tonto, can you tell how long ago they were here?
Me take look. There plenty tracked here.
White Cloud, how far from here is the pass you told me about?
It's 5-6 hour ride.
5 or 6 hours. They haven't had too big of a start.
Maybe catch 'em?
Here comes Tonto. We'll see what he has to say. What did you find, Tonto?
Them not gone long. Half hour, maybe.
I wonder...
What white friend think?
White Cloud, didn't you tell me the entrance to the pass is marked by an Indian symbol?
That's right.
And it starts at the valley at the base of Stony Mountain?
Many canyon lead from valley. Only one canyon, right canyon.
I believe I have an idea. Tonto, there are no signs on the stage of a gunfight.
No, me not see bullet hole.
That probably means Judge Allen is still alive. They'll not harm him until they get through the mountains and onto the reservation. And if that's the case, I believe we can save him.
You got plan?
I have. White Cloud. From the hoof prints that show, it looks as though there were at least 5 or 6 men in Canfield's party.
You right.
With only a half hour's head start, I believe that Tonto and I can get to the pass before Canfield reaches it.
You hold 'em till White Cloud come?
That might be possible. It would depend on other things, though. I've still another plan.
What's that?
There's no time to explain. Every minute we waste, they're drawing away from us. But ride for the pass, White Cloud, and I promise you that Canfield and his men will be captured. Hi-yo!
Get up, Scout!
Away!
Hey, boss, look over there. Maybe I was wrong, but I was sure I seen 2 horses over to the left.
Yeah?
Over beyond that draw.
Any of you fellas see anything?
I didn't.
Me neither.
Roof, you most likely just imagine it.
Gosh, I was almost sure I seen him.
Well, it don't matter if you did. There's 5 of us and just 2 of them. They can't hold us up, and if they start anything, we'll finish it.
How much farther we gotta go, Canfield?
Just a couple more miles. Get up there.
Get up there.
Get up.
Get up.
Is this the valley, Canfield?
This is it, all right.
Golly. How in blazes are we going to find which canyon is the one we want? There's more than a dozen of them.
Well, there's a stone marking the one we want.
But there's stones in front of all of them.
I know that as well as you do. The canyon we're looking for has got a stone in front of it with an Indian sign scratched right on top of it.
An Injun sign?
A snake and a turtle. Now get moving and look for a sign like that. When you find it, sing out.
Sure. Get up there. Come on, get up.
The truth about this will come out some way, Canfield. You can't murder me and go unpunished.
You sure look on the hopeful side of things, don't you, Judge?
What do you hope to gain by this? Killing me won't change the facts in the case.
Nope. But when folks figure the Redskins drilled you, they ain't gonna worry about facts. They'll just unlimber their shooting irons and run the Indians clean off the map.
I found it, Canfield. That's the canyon right over there. Whoa.
Good. Now
Hey,
we'll...
Canfield!
What's Frank yelling?
There's the canyon. I located the sign you want right in front of it. Oh.
You're loco. I found the canyon. That's it there.
Why, it can't be. I'm telling
You
you.
both found canyons with the Indian sign?
I know blame well I did.
Hey, Eric signaling something.
Well, I'll be...
That makes a third one.
And look, Ruth's found another.
Is everybody crazy?
What are we going to do?
What can we do? Now we gotta try 'em all till we find out which is the right one. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
This ain't the right one. We can't go no further this way. It's a blind canyon.
Blasted luck.
What in thunder could have happened?
This is the third canyon we've tried, and everyone's been the wrong one.
We've got to find the pass. We can't take the judge through Newton to the reservation.
Then, by heavens, we'll go back and try again.
It'll take a week to try 'em all.
That can't be helped. If we need a week, we'll take it. Now, let's get...
Look! That masked man and the redskin we've seen afore.
And there's Injuns with them.
We're trapped. Shoot 'em. Bring 'em.
Shoot 'em. Let 'em have it.
No, that masked fella, he blasted my gun.
We can't fight 'em all.
Surrender.
I give up. Don't shoot me, mister.
Alaska.
Come on, right, Pound. They're throwing down the guns. Oh,
Don't let them redskins get me, no.
Hey, all right, Judge.
I am. But if you hadn't got here...
Boss, that masked man. But it was him and the redskin there and that paint horse I seen pass us on the way here.
We did pass you, Ruth.
Then it was you that
That
put
marked those stones? It was.
If it hadn't been for that, we'd have got away.
Tonto and I were watching you all the time. You were chosen the right canyon. We'd have tried to hold you until White Cloud came up.
This is White Cloud?
Me, White Cloud.
Then I want to thank you for the part you've played in saving my life. And I think I can promise that when I settle the boundaries of your reservation, you'll have nothing to complain about.
You thank man in mask. Him save you.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver! We're heading north to Wyoming. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Builders with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Say, look in the window over there. In the restroom, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Doc's got himself a girl.
What? Well, I'll be... I never saw her before, Chester.
He's waving at us. He wants us to come in.
Oh, all right. Look, you come in and say hello and then go on out of the telegraph office, huh? Might be important.
Okay, sir. That girl must be a real good friend, Mr. Dillon, if Doc's buying her dinner.
Yeah, if he is.
He better be. Hey, she ain't half ugly.
I wouldn't put it exactly that way to her.
Oh, well, hello there, Matt. Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Abby. Abby, this is Marshal Dillon. And Chester Proudfoot. Abby Twilling.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Miss Twilling.
How do you do?
Sit down, sit down.
Well, thank you, Doc.
Well, I'll be back directly, Doc. I got to go across to the depot. There's a telegraph waiting for Mr. Dillon.
I'll be here, Chester.
Okay, sir. I'll hurry.
Doc's been telling me about you, Marshal.
Oh?
Oh, now, don't look at me like that now, Matt. And she wants to know all about Dodge. And I've been trying to tell her what to expect.
Well, in Dodge, you can expect almost anything, Miss Twilling.
So I hear.
But Abby's seen her share of violence, Matt. She was a nurse in the war.
Oh?
Well, that's how I met Doc. We worked in the same hospital for nearly a year.
Oh, best doggone nurse I ever saw. Yeah, I'm trying to talk her into settling down here. Oh, Dodge could use somebody like her.
Are you moving on, Miss Twilling?
Why, I haven't any plans, Marshal. I've been working in St. Louis, but it's lonely, and I got restless and decided to ride the Santa Fe as far west as it goes. I'm on sort of a vacation, you might say.
Somebody on the train mentioned my name, and she looked me up right off.
Well, it's been a long time, Doc.
Oh, yeah, too long. Oh, you stay here, Abby. We'll keep you busy. Oh, yes, and who knows, maybe we'll even find you a husband. Oh, my, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Doc. You see, my husband was killed in the war, Marshal, the first year. That's why I went into nursing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think I'd better get back to the hotel.
Yeah, I'll take you, Abby. Yes. You're going to wait here for Chester, Matt?
Oh, he's coming now. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Twilling.
Thank you, Marshal. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you later, Doc.
Sure, Matt. This way, Abby.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Chester. Sit down while I read it.
Who's it from?
It's from Wyatt Earp out in Arizona.
Tis? Is he coming here?
No. No, it says, Coney Thorne released from state prison last week. I hear he's looking for you, so you better go on wearing that gun a while longer. Good luck, W. Earp.
Who's Coney Thorne, Mr. Dillon? What's he want of you?
I expect he wants to kill me, Chester.
What? What for?
Well, I arrested him out in Arizona a long time ago. He was one of the suspects in the stage holdup. So I had to bring him in, even though I thought he had nothing to do with it.
Well, then why'd he go to prison?
Well, I wasn't on the jury, Chester. And anyway, I left that part of the country before he was tried. I heard later that he was sent to prison.
Well, you didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, I arrested him. And according to this telegram, he thinks I had a lot to do with it.
And he's really coming here, huh?
Coney Thorne wasn't a bad man, Chester. But prison may have changed him some. Yeah, he'll probably be here next week sometime.
L&M filters are sweeping the country. L&M, the filter tip cigarette everyone's talking about. Everyone's changing to. Here's what John Robert Powers told us. I never realized a filter cigarette could taste this good, and at the same time filter so much more effectively. I'm convinced this is it. And Patricia Morrison says, I changed to L&M filters, and I'm so glad I did. Because here's a filter cigarette that really tastes the way a cigarette should. David Wayne wrote, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it. Yes, L&M filters are truly sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day. The reason? It's the filter that counts, and no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip. Notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes.
This is it. L&M filters. This is it. Something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it. L&M filters. L&M filters with the Miracle Tip.
So join the trend to L&M. King size, regular. Both at the same low price.
There were a lot of things I didn't like about being a lawman, and having to face a man who was out purely for revenge was one of them. It didn't matter what his reasons were. When Coney Thorne arrived, I'd have had to shoot it out with him. A man who'd traveled all the way to Dodge City from Arizona wasn't going to be put off by argument. However, a week passed and he didn't show up, and I began to hope that maybe he'd changed his mind. Until one day when I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd from the porch of the Dodge house.
Well, must be supper time. Here comes the noon stage.
The way he's driving those horses, he shouldn't be late.
He's never been on time yet unless there was an Indian scare going on. Not many passengers. 3. No, another one getting out.
Yeah.
All strangers.
No, not all of them, Kitty. Not to me.
What?
That last man I got out. I've been waiting for him.
Coney Thorne.
Well, I might as well get this over with right now. Look, Kitty, you better go inside, huh?
Yeah, I sure will. Good luck, Matt.
Yeah. Hello, Coney.
Dillon.
What took you so long? I was expecting you last week.
How'd you know I was coming?
You must have told somebody.
You got friends everywhere, ain't you, Marshal?
I never thought you had anything to do with that holdup, Coney. I told you at the time I was sorry I had to take you in.
I've been 5 years in prison, Marshal, no matter what you thought.
I'm not apologizing. But you're free now, Coney. Why do you want to die?
What makes you think I'm going to die?
Well, a man in prison doesn't get much chance to handle a gun. You must be pretty rusty by now.
A lot of ways to kill a man, Marshal.
In the back?
Think about it.
Now, you've changed, Coney. You were a man once.
5 years in prison, Marshal, wasn't any good. Nearly went crazy. I would have till I got to thinking about who put me there. That saved my mind, kind of.
Yeah, but you're out now. It's all over.
No, not yet. I ain't going to fight you, Marshal, not till I'm ready. Not till I figure out how to kill you. I'm going to make you go crazy waiting the way I done. And I'll sleep all the better knowing you're going to have one eye open every minute from now on.
You're not the first man who's wanted to kill me.
Maybe not. But I'm going to be the first to do it.
Oh, good morning, man.
Ah, hello, Doc. Well, how come you're up so early?
Well, I got a call last night, Matt, about 3 o'clock. A fellow of the Dodge House was keeping everybody awake.
Huh? Well, it sounds more like they should have called me.
No, he wasn't drunk, man. He was delirious. It was brain fever, most people call it.
Oh?
Well, I couldn't leave him there alone, so I got Abby Twilling to take a room next to his.
The first chance you got, you put her to work, huh?
Well, a man that sick has to have care, Matt.
You talk like he's going to die.
Not with Abby working on him. No, he isn't.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, the man's name is Coney Thorne, Matt.
What?
Yeah, he won't be up and about for another week, though.
Yeah, I thought he looked sick when he got off the stage yesterday.
Well, he was.
Well, maybe it was the fever that made him talk like he was planning to shoot me in the back.
What's that?
Yeah, I wasn't like Coney. He was never that kind of a man.
Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
Oh, good morning, Chester. Oh, where'd you get that mail at this hour?
It ain't mail, Doc. It's a telegraph here, Mr. Dillon.
Sometimes I wish they'd never invented the telegraph.
And maybe it's Washington, Matt, offering you a raise.
If they'd send me last month's check by mail, I'd be satisfied. Well,
what is it, Mr. Dillon?
It's from a U.S. Marshal in Phoenix. He says if Coney Thorne has left Arizona, he's broken his parole. And if he turns up here looking for me, to arrest him.
I didn't know he was on parole.
No, neither did I. But they're willing to pay the expense of sending him back under escort.
You going all the way to Arizona with him, Mr. Dillon?
No, of course not. I'll hire somebody.
Well, you can't put that man in jail, Matt.
Now, why not?
He's too sick. And I won't have Abby nursing a man in jail. It's bad enough in the hotel.
Well, as long as he can't run away.
He'll be in bed for a week. And if you don't tell him about this, he won't run anyway.
Okay, Doc. I'll leave him alone. For a week. I kept track of Coney's progress through Doc. And the rest of Dodge did, too. Everybody in town knew he'd come there to shoot me, and it seemed like they were all waiting for him to get well and try it. And there were a number of men who would have been right happy if he'd done it. I waited for over a week, and he was still in bed. So finally, I went over to the hotel to have a talk with him.
Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Abby. Can we come in?
Why, of course. Come in.
Thank you.
Hello, Chester.
Hello, Miss Twilling.
Now, where's your patient?
Oh, this is my room, Marshal. He's right through there. I have it arranged this way so he won't be disturbed.
Now, is he still sick, Abby?
He's better.
Well, Doc says that he could get up.
Please, Marshal, give him a little more time, a couple of days. It's very important.
It is?
I know what he came here for. It doesn't matter to you if he stays in bed a while longer, does it?
No, but if he's well, why are you keeping him in bed?
It's good for him. Coney needs a rest like this. You've no idea how much he needs it. Please, Marshal.
Abby,
Yes?
you got to know Coney pretty well, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
What kind of a man would you say he is?
He's a good man, Marshal. But he's suffered a lot being in prison the way he was, and, well, it's like soldiers I've seen who've been through too much. They change for a while, anyway. But if they're given a chance, the right kind of a chance, they find their way back sometimes.
That's what you're doing, giving him a chance, huh?
I'm trying, Marshal.
Well, how does he feel about it?
I'm not sure yet.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I changed my mind about talking to Coney. Come on.
Okay.
Thank you, Marshal.
I guess I'll know how you make out, Abby. One way or the other.
I swear I don't understand what you was talking about, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I don't understand it either, Chester, but my guess is that Abby's fallen in love with him.
What? that don't make sense.
That seldom does. But that doesn't keep it from happening.
No, sir. My, kind of scary, ain't it?
Well, Abby's a little scared. She's not sure about Coney. But anyway, he trusts her enough to have told her about being out on parole. That's why she figured I'd heard about it and had come to arrest him.
What you gonna do?
Well, Abby asked for a couple of more days, Chester. I think she deserves them. What? Well, evening, Kitty. I just come in to say hello.
Oh, the air's better out here, Matt. I never saw that saloon so crowded as it is tonight.
Oh, a couple of new herds arrived today.
Yeah, I know. I've danced with every cowboy that came with him. I had to get out of there while I could still walk.
Well, as long as they're dancing, they're not fighting.
Oh? You ever dance with one of them, Matt?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh.
Dillon? Oh, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, right across the street there. I just seen Coney Thorne.
What? Well, where was he headed?
He was knocking on the front door of the stage office, and nobody didn't answer, so he went around back.
Oh. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure.
Looks like Coney's trying to run off, Mr. Dillon.
There's no stage till tomorrow morning, Chester. Besides, he doesn't know I'm going to arrest him.
Well, at least he didn't come gunning for you as soon as he got out of bed.
Well, maybe he wants to be sure of a seat on the stage first. He said he went around to the back of the office.
Yes, sir, right up the alley here.
Yeah. Look, you better stay back a little, huh?
Hmm?
Being in bed so long might have made Coney a little nervous.
Well, yes, sir.
Chester!
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't hit me. But I didn't hit him either. He had a horse waiting out there. Come on, if we hurry, we can still follow him.
This is it, L&M filters. This is it, something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters, new king size and regular too. This is it, L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
L&M filters are sweeping the country, breaking more sales records every day. The reason? It's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. effective filtration. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M King Size. Buy L&M Regular. Buy L&M's by the carton. King Size, Regular, both at the same low price. L&M, light and mild.
With the full moon to help us, Chester and I didn't have much trouble staying on Coney Thorne's trail once we hit it. We pulled up now and then and listened, and we could hear his horse running hard, not too far ahead of us. But he didn't run long. Coney had made a poor choice in the mount that he'd stolen, and had sold on him within an hour. We found the horse standing riderless with his head down, his legs weak and quivering.
That poor horse is plumb bedrock, Mr. Dillon. He ought to be shot.
Now, never mind the horse, Chester. Let's find Coney.
He can't be very far. There's no place to hide out here.
There's something over there, Chester. Off to the left there.
It ain't moving.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. Look, you ride straight from here, and I'll come in on an angle.
Okay, sir.
All right, ride in, Chester, but be careful.
Is he dead, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester, but he's all through shooting. Here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bend down here, take a look.
Well, that ain't Coney Thorne.
No. You ever seen this man before?
No, sir, I don't know who it is. He ain't dead.
No, but he's bleeding pretty bad. I'm afraid he soon will be. Who are you, fella? Hey, what's your name?
Marshal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm the marshal. Now, why did you try to shoot me back in Dodge tonight?
Can't do nothing to me now.
No harm in talking.
Heard that fellow was going to shoot you.
That Coney Thorne?
I don't know his name. I don't know nothing about him.
Well, then what's he got to do with your trying to shoot me?
Nothing. Only I figured I could do it, and they'd blame him.
Well, why? I never saw you before. Why did you want to shoot me?
Kill a marshal? That'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? Kill a marshal?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Didn't work. You killed me.
He's dead, ain't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
A darn fool. What good would shooting you have done him?
Well, it made him feel better for some reason, Chester.
But why?
I don't know. Just the idea of shooting a marshal and getting away with it, I guess. He didn't have any more sensible a reason.
No, sir.
Well, let's get him buried. It'll be daylight before we get back to Dodge, as it is. I still got to find Coney.
There's the stage. Mr. Dillon is just about to leave. We got back just in time.
Now, why would Coney be taking the stage? He hasn't finished his business here yet.
No, but he was trying to get in the office when I seen him last night.
By heaven, there he is.
Yes, sir, and Abby, too. Now, what are they up to?
Now, let's ask them. Let them stand, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't you do a thing, Tony. It'll be all right, I tell you.
Why do you have to come back now?
Good morning.
Good morning, Marshal.
You, going someplace, Coney?
Well, I heard about last night, Marshal. But it wasn't me shot at you. You know it wasn't.
I found the man that did it.
I ain't gonna kill you. That's all over, Marshal.
It is?
It was like being crazy, Marshal, for a long time. And I got the fever, and Abby was there talking to me all the time, taking care of me. Now, somehow, I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Coney.
Being in prison so long when I was innocent, it was bad, Marshal.
Yeah. Look, Coney, you shouldn't have left Arizona. You broke your parole. I'm going to have to send you back.
He's going back, Marshal. Right now. With me.
What?
We're going to be married. And then he's going to turn himself in.
Is that true, Coney?
I'll get another year. But Abby says it's the only way.
You're going to get married, huh?
We'll make out, Marshal. But please don't arrest him here. Let him go alone with me. It isn't much. You can give him that.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go over to the telegraph office and write something out and send it to the marshal in Phoenix, huh?
Well, what'll I say?
Tell him thanks for the warning. And tell him if Coney Thorne did leave Arizona and came here to shoot me, I'd arrest him quick. But knowing Coney, I think he's learned his lesson. He's got more sense.
Yes, sir.
Now get going. All of you.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. Everyone agrees L&M's are just what the doctor ordered. The first filter that really does the job and a real good taste to go with it. Maybe you'll prefer L&M's king size, as I do. But either size, I know you'll like 'em, and I know you'll stick with 'em. L&M's. Try 'em.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, and James Nusser. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The makers of L&M filters also present for your television pleasure the new Stu Irwin Show. It's a happy half hour with June and Stu Irwin, which begins October 20th in most cities. Please check your local television listings for time and channel for L&M's Stu Irwin Show. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio. The CBS Radio Network.
Brazil invites you to a journey meant to be to Brazil, experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
I'm sorry our fishing trip turned out this way, hey boy. But we can't go back to San Francisco until we know this girl is safe. Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin?
Hey, boy.
Lisa.
Well, what in the devil is all that you're carrying?
It's camping equipment. I come in, please?
Well, yes, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Gee. Oh. Yeah, hey, boy, tired.
I don't doubt it, but why in the world do you have all that equipment?
Oh, it's very necessary for a fishy trip, Mr. Paladin.
Well, we certainly don't need all that.
Oh, yes, sir. Man in store, I tell hey boy he need many things.
Oh, the man at the store. Well, did you tell him that we were only going for 1 week?
Oh, yes, sir. That hey boy get time off from job, that you promised to take me, and that it's very happy time.
But may I remind you that besides 2 saddle horses, we're only taking 1 pack horse.
Oh? Too much equipment, huh?
Oh, much too much.
Do a hey boy have to leave some?
You'll have to leave a lot. All we need are a couple of saddle blankets, cooking gear, some fishing line, and a few hooks.
Oh.
And the rest is up to the fish when they see the worms.
Worms? Little wiggly worms?
That's right. We use them for bait.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, not like little wiggly worm.
Well, there's one other way to catch fish, eh, boy?
Oh, Isa? How?
Well, you find yourself a nice rock out in the middle of the stream, see?
Hmm?
And you crouch on it like a cat. And be still. Very still.
Oh, Isa. Then what?
Then, after a couple of hours, you might see a fish. And when you do, you take a deep breath, dive into that icy stream, and swim after him.
Huh?
If you're lucky and can hold your breath long enough, you may catch a fish.
Mr. Paladin?
Yes?
Hey, boy, use little wiggly worm.
That's a warning signal for all drivers. And that can be a warning signal for drowsy drivers on long, monotonous trips. You see, driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get, and driving and dozing just don't mix. Why take chances? Take no-doze, stay-awake tablets. Millions of times a year, safe no-doze keeps drivers awake and alert, helps you bounce back so that you feel sharp, ready for any emergency. How does no-doze do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that no-doze contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe no-dose acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. And no-dose is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get no-dose, stay-awake tablets to help you stay awake and alert. It could save your life.
Hey Boy and I left San Francisco and traveled south into the Santa Lucia Mountains. The wild beauty of this part of California was magnificent to see. The great jagged cliffs rising toward the sky and then suddenly slashing off and dropping into the crashing surf of the Pacific far below. The heavy, untamed forest growing to the very brink of the cliffs. We turned inland and rode deep into the Santa Lucias, searching for the mountain streams that would afford the best fishing. And soon we had a comfortable camp set up. The next morning, Hey Boy was up with the sun and standing on the bank of the stream, fishing. By 10 o'clock, he still hadn't had a strike. Hey, boy. Hey, boy, don't you want to eat some breakfast?
Shh. Hey, boy, catchy fish.
Well, now, look here. We'll be here a whole week, and so will the fish.
Hey, boy, you was wiggly worm, just like you say, but still no catchy fish.
Well, you know what I think? I think you frightened the fish away, standing there staring at that stream the way you are.
Yo, hey, boy, wait a long time to go on fishy trip with you. Now I catch a fishy.
Yes. What was that?
Oh, sound like a lady scream, Mr. Paladin.
Come on.
Mr. Paladin!
You there. Leave that girl alone. You hear me? I said leave her alone.
You hit Carlos. Kill. I will kill.
Oh, no, you don't.
Gringo. Dirty Gringo.
Hey, Mr. Paladin, he have knife.
You will die, Gringo, with a knife.
Don't you try it. You're all right. Why do you harm this girl?
I must kill her. You must let me kill her.
I said, why do you harm this girl?
Go. I go now. You will turn Carlos loose.
You come back here. Come back.
Please, let him go. Don't go after him.
Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Who are you?
Marlene Carter.
What's this all about? What happened?
Well, I was rounding up stray cattle when Carlos came up and tried to kill me.
You know this boy?
Yes.
Why would he try to kill you?
I don't know. He's like a wild, crazy animal.
How far do you live from here?
About a mile.
Hey, boy. Get our things together. We better see that she gets home all right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, mister.
Again this fall, we citizens of the United States have the chance to demonstrate to the rest of the world the vigor of our free institutions. But if past history be a guide, an appallingly large percentage of Americans will not vote in the presidential election. In the present critical world situation, and with economic problems at home, men of the highest skill and capacity are needed. The caliber of the officials we elect depends on the thoughtful choice of the people. Participate in this fall's elections. Contribute to your party or candidate. Work for your choices. Make sure you're registered. Then be sure to take your turn at the voting booth in November. During the months ahead, right through the excitement of election night, CBS News will report all campaign developments fairly, impartially, completely, to help you make your decision intelligently, to make you a fully informed voter this November.
Marlene Carter's ranch was hidden in a small valley, and the heavily wooded forest came almost to the back of the house. Its tangled undergrowth capable of hiding many things. Its darkness lonely and sinister. We were met in the front yard by an ageless Mexican woman who was introduced as Toleta. Briefly, Marlene explained what had happened, and Toleta looked at me, her black eyes strange and piercing. Marlene insisted we stay for coffee, and after the first cup, Hey Boy went outside to water the horses. By this time, the girl had recovered sufficiently to talk freely.
Toledo and I run this ranch by ourselves, Mr. Paladin.
Just the two of you?
That's right. My mother died when I was born, and my father died just last year. Toledo's all I have left. She's been like a mother to me all my life.
But don't you have someone here to help you? Ranch hands? Or?
No. This place is a long way from any town, Mr. Paladin.
Oh.
And the men you can get aren't the most desirable. I hired a couple of men once. As soon as they found out Toledo and I lived here alone, they began to get ideas. Toledo had to run them off with a shotgun.
Yeah, I see.
Besides, I only run a small herd, and I can handle cattle about as good as any man.
Well, I'm sure you can, but it seems that handling cattle isn't your only problem. What about Carlos?
Oh, terrible. Terrible thing.
Who is he?
Mr. Paladin, Carlos Martinez was raised right here, right on this ranch.
Oh?
My father always treated him like he was my brother. We grew up together. Carlos was always kind and good until about 2 years ago.
What happened?
Well, there was an accident.
Accident?
He was breaking a horse. The horse threw him. Carlos fractured his skull. We thought he was going to die, but he didn't. Maybe... Oh, it's a horrible thing to say, but maybe it would have been better if he had.
Why would you say that?
When he got well, he wasn't the same.
How do you mean?
Well, he just... Sometimes he'd get kind of wild. It was frightening. My father couldn't control him. Nobody could. Then one day he just disappeared. That was over a year ago.
And you hadn't seen him again until today?
Well, only once, when we buried Dad. We saw him lurking in the woods. Toledo tried to go out and talk to him, but he looked at her kind of wild and ran off. Oh, Toledo, did Mr. Paladin's friend find his way around?
See. He's still watering the horses. More coffee, senor?
Yes, thank you, Toledo. I still don't understand why he'd want to kill you, Marlene. You say Carlos was raised on this ranch. He almost got killed by a horse, which seemed to hurt his mind and turn him into some kind of an animal.
He is not an animal.
Toledo.
He is a man with feelings and gentleness and hurts, just like you and just like me.
Toledo.
I raised him just as I raised Senorita Marlene. I rocked him to sleep when he was a child, and I cried over him when he was sick.
Please, Toledo, I didn't tell him.
There is nothing to hide. Senor Paladin should know that Carlos Martinez is my son.
I sat and looked at Toledo. In her eyes, I could see the pain and torture, the heartache of a mother who has had to stand helplessly by and watch a thing she loves, a part of herself, her own son, turn into a savage. Without another word, she turned and silently left the room.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paladin. I should have told you Carlos was Toledo's son.
Well, I should have guessed. This must hurt her very deeply.
More than anyone knows. Sometimes at night I hear her rocking in the chair on the porch, singing a little Spanish lullaby. The one she used to sing to Carlos and me a long time ago.
Can't something be done? I mean, couldn't he be put somewhere and given treatment?
Where? There's nothing around here, even if he could be caught.
Well, what about the doctors? What do they say?
All the same thing. Nothing can be done for him.
Well, still, it seems that...
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin?
What is it, hey boy? What's wrong?
Big man, sir. One who tried to kill young lady. He outside.
What?
Yes, sir. I see him in woods back of house. He see hey boy. He run.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, sir. Very sure.
He's come back, Mr. Paladin. What'll I do?
I don't know. But I do know you and Toledo can't stay here alone. Do you have an extra room?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. For your protection, Marlene, Hey Boy and I are going to stay here tonight.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergen, when I'm old enough to drive, can I have the car?
Not unless you learn to care for it properly, Charlie.
Oh, I'm a genius with the monkey wrench. The kids in our block say if Charlie can't fix your car, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah. Now, suppose you have a car.
Yeah, let's make it a Corvette. A conservative red with yellow stripes.
The color is not important. But if it's any GM car or truck, you should take it to your General Motors dealer for service.
Oh, sure, I know.
Oh? And what do you ask for?
A credit?
No. Guardian maintenance. Do you know what guardian maintenance means?
It's the story of my life. Like you are my guardian and I maintain you.
No, sir. Guardian maintenance is expert service performed by GM-trained servicemen who have the proper tools and the factory-approved parts to do the job right. And it's available to owners of Chevrolet cars and trucks, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Cadillacs, and GMC trucks.
And red Corvettes with yellow stripes.
Mr. Paladin, you want a cup of coffee too?
No, thank you, boy.
Yeah, hey, boy, not like fishy tip. Want to go back to San Francisco?
Yeah. I'm sorry it turned out this way, hey, boy, but we can't go back just now.
No, somebody have unhappy doggy?
No, that's a coyote, hey, boy. There's a full moon tonight. So you'll hear a lot of them.
No, not a good sound. Make here, boy, spine tickle.
Yeah. I think I'll go take a look around outside before turning in. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Oh, you be careful, Mr. Paladin. Big crazy man may be waiting outside to kill you. Remember, he have knife.
I'll remember.
Mr. Paladin.
Huh? Oh, Marlene? I thought you were in bed.
I was, but I heard Toledo.
Toledo?
She's on the porch again, rocking and singing. Come here by the window. She knows Carlos is around. I think she wants him to hear her.
She shouldn't be out there alone.
I know.
I'm going out.
I'll go with you. The moon is bright tonight, Toledo.
See, you should be in bed, little one.
And Toledo, you mind if I look around a little? I think it might be a good idea.
I cannot control your actions, Senor Paladin.
Perhaps it'd be better if you and Marlene went back into the house.
No. We will wait on the porch for you, Senor Paladin. Then we will all go back in the house.
All right. As you wish.
Mr. Paladin, are you hurt?
A knife in my back.
Oh.
Get away. And get back to the house.
No, I can't leave you.
I told you I would be back.
Carlos!
The knife. It is good. No.
Carlos, don't.
I will kill him, then I will kill you.
Carlos, don't. Please don't.
Carlos, your mother calls you.
I have no mother.
Did you not hear me sing the lullaby? Was that not the song your mother used to sing to you?
See, that is so. But you were singing to this one. You were not singing to me. Always you sing to her, and she has taken you from me. She has taken you from me, so I have no mother.
Listen to me, Carlos.
No, I will kill them. I will kill them both.
Don't, Carlos. I have Mr. Paladin's gun. So you stand back. You just stand back.
No, I must kill.
No, Carlos, don't! Oh, my son. Carlos.
She shot me. She killed me.
I'm sorry, Carlos. I couldn't help it.
She took you. She took my mother from me.
No, Carlos. Never did that happen. Never.
Was it so? Were you truly singing for me?
It is true. Only for you. Carlos. Oh, my son.
Oh, Toledo. I'm sorry.
It is all right, my child. He will be happy now.
Come in. Ah, Miss Wong.
Mr. Wong, you feel better now, Mr. Pilot, and the bad wound all healed up?
Oh, yes, I feel fine, thank you. Doctor says I'll be up by tomorrow.
Oh, you very sick when Hey-Boy bring you back from trip.
By the way, where is Hey Boy? I haven't seen him for 2 days.
Oh, he go all over. Try to sell camping, fishing things he bought to go on trip.
Oh, I see. You mean he doesn't like fishing after all?
No,
huh?
sir. Hey-Boy say he never leaves San Francisco again. He say too many things happen.
Well, this fishing trip was a little unusual.
Oh, yes, sir. Hey-Boy also say it's too easy to catch fish.
Too easy?
Too easy.
Hey Boy said that?
Yes, sir. He say he catch big fish first time he put line in water.
Big fish?
Big fish.
How big?
Oh, about this big.
That big?
That big.
Miss Wong, do you know what?
Yes, sir. Hey-Boy tell Missy Wong big fishy story.
You are so very right.
I remember something you said to me a long time ago.
Oh, what was that?
Yes, sir. You say, use discretion.
Uh-huh.
Oh. So when Hey-Boy talk about fish, Mr. Wong let eyes get very large. Listen with mouth open.
Ah, I see.
Oh, Hey-Boy have such good audience. He take Missy Wong for a walk in the moonlight. Oh, but pretty soon he forget about fish.
Miss Wong, Hey Boy may not know it, but he's the fish that swallowed the hook.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Ann Whitfield, Vic Perrin, and Lillian Bayef. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hey, you folks, hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Alkali Justice. Say, folks, if you want to start the day out with a whoopin' big grin, have a bowl full of golden good Kellogg's Rice Krispies for breakfast. Pour on some fresh milk or cream over these little happy morsels and listen to their merry snap, crackle, pop, telling you how fresh and crisp they are. They're the talking cereal, and you'll have lots of fun listening to them. So get some tomorrow. Try them with berries or fruit, or just plain. Any way you have them, you'll love Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Usually, the adventures of United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles started with Gunsmoke and wound up in the courtroom with the criminal facing the judge. In some cases, however, events took the opposite course, starting in the courtroom and leading from there to action and trouble. Such was the case in the adventure Wild Bill and Jingles had with Alkali Justice.
Bill, this courtroom is a blasted powder keg. If Judge Thompson decides against Brad Bolton and in favor of Uncle Jeff Decker, the doggone lid's gonna blow off this whole end of the county.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, Jingles. Bolton's got half the room packed with these riders.
Yeah, and they're gunned to the teeth, and a meaner-looking pack of wolves I have yet to see. Let's look at them.
Yeah. But if they start something, you'll find plenty of guns ready to fight on Uncle Jeff's side. Especially if Brad beats old Jeff out of his lazy wire ranch.
You said it, partner.
Well, we'll soon know. Here comes Judge Thompson to the bench.
Yeah, I sure wish I hadn't lost my rabbit's foot.
Order in the court! Order! Ladies and gents, take your seats so we can continue the case of Bolton versus Decker. Now, here's the way the case sets up. Jeff Decker, the lazy wire, claims Brad Bolton and the Bar S has trespassed on his land for the purpose of grazing and watering cattle. Brad Bolton filed a cross-complaint stating that Jeff Decker is not the legal owner of the land he calls the Lazy Wire Ranch. Order! Order the court! This court finds no evidence to support the Bolton claim that Jeff Decker is not the legal owner of the Lazy Wire.
What? Now, hold on, Judge.
Order, I said. Sit down, Brad Bolton, before I find you in contempt.
Bill, this don't look good.
No, but it looks right.
And this court finds further that Uncle Jeff Decker is right when he says Bolton's been trespassing. Therefore, Brad Bolton is enjoined to cease such trespassing and to keep his cows away from Decker's water hole, known as Soda Spring.
Here it comes, Bill.
Yeah, be ready for trouble.
Why, you all withered up weasel, you can't train me like this.
Order! Sit down and shut up, Brad Bolton, or I'll find you in contempt.
Yeah? I got nothing but contempt for this court.
Order! Marshal Hickok, clear the courtroom.
Ain't nobody clearing me out of this courtroom.
Now, hold on, Bolton. You heard the judge. You either clear peaceable, or I'll take it upon myself to throw you out.
Yeah, well, all right, we're leaving.
Yeah, look at him back down, will you?
Yeah, but the Bar Edge is big enough to get along without the law and its blasted courts and weak-kneed judges.
Why, you loudmouth hammerhead, Bolton? You ain't nothing but a low-down, range-stealing coyote. That's what you are.
Quiet! Quiet! Clear the court, Hickok. Jingles, I find you in contempt. 5 days or $5.
Oh, now, Judge, Your Honor, sir.
5 days or $5. Oh. Hickok, you collect the fine from Jingles or put him in jail. Court's adjourned.
I'll take care of it, Your Honor. All right, clear the court. Go on, Bolton. Get your boys out of here.
We're going, Hickok. Come on, man, outside.
Well, Bill, I guess we were lucky to get by without no gunplay that time. Whoo-wee. That Bolton's sure a loud mouth.
Yeah, partner, and you didn't do so bad yourself.
Oh, now, Bill, I
Shell
didn't...
out $5, Jingles. That's what the judge said.
Oh, but Bill...
Hand it over. Or would you rather go to jail for 5 days?
Jail? Oh, doggone it anyway. Here's a $5. Well, I was saving it to buy me a new horsehair hat band.
Well, don't feel bad, Jingles. Come on out to Lazy Y and I'll give you some horsehair. Then you can braid one for yourself.
Well, congratulations, Uncle Jeff. Glad you beat Bolton's crooked play.
Yeah, we was afraid he might make it stick against you, Uncle Jeff.
Well, now, I don't reckon Brad Bolton's through with me yet. When he gets a bee stuck under his hat, it takes a mighty high wind to blow it out.
You may be right, Uncle Jeff. I think it'd be a good idea for Jingles and me to ride out and stay at the Lazy Y for a few days.
Yeah, I think so too, Bill, just in case he makes a play.
I'll be right proud to have you, Bill. Well, come on. Might as well get started right now.
Here they come, boss.
Yeah. Hey, Hickok. Looks all fired queer to see a U.S. Marshal being so friendly with one side of a lawsuit.
Not when he's in the right, Bolton. And Uncle Jeff's an old friend of mine.
Yeah, and mine too, you ornery polecat.
Easy,
Oh,
Jingles.
come on, boss. You're going to stand here and jaw with them all day?
No, I ain't.
Well, you promised us we'd bust up that courtroom, and we didn't, so I'm taking this tin-horn marshal right now.
Bill, look out!
This is Charlie Lyon and Slim the Singing Cowboy, friends. Say, I heard you ran out of Kellogg's Rice Krispies on your last roundup, Slim.
No, and you should have heard the moaning, Charlie. I couldn't hardly get them Wranglers up in the morning.
Yeah, I bet you didn't have any trouble before you ran out.
Oh, I'll say we didn't. And boys just couldn't wait to get to the chuck wagon for breakfast. Guess they like to hear them little Rice Krispies going snap, crackle, and pop. Just a jawing away in the bowl, telling everybody how fresh and good tasting they are. Yep, they're the real talking cereal, all right.
Oh, you bet they are, Slim, and crisp as the winter air. Say, did you ever try them with berries or bananas? Oh, sing, Slim, while I dream.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best. And how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
And if you boys and girls want some fun for breakfast, try these golden good Kellogg's Rice Krispies. They're lots of fun to listen to, and they'll really tickle your taster, too. So tell Mom to get you some Kellogg's Rice Krispies tomorrow and listen to them. Now, let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok. When Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles left the courtroom with their friend, Uncle Jeff Decker, they found Brad Bolton and his cowboys waiting outside. Bolton started an argument, and his ranch foreman Slim made a quick gunplay against Wild Bill.
That slowed him down, Bill. All right, the rest of you hotheads, stay right where you are. I got a mighty itchy trigger finger long about now.
Keep him covered, Jingles.
Yeah.
Slim, I'm arresting you right now for disturbing the peace. Get off that horse.
You can't do that, Hickok.
I'm going to have the pleasure of busting your nose first.
Give it to him, Bill.
I'll take care of him.
Not yet, you won't.
Yeah, Buster, right now.
Oh.
There you are, Brad Bolton. That's what happens when you mix with Wild Bill Hickok, see?
All right, Bolton, get the rest of your boys out of town. Slim's going back in to face the judge.
You ain't through with us, Hickok. Nor you either, Jeff Decker. I'm planning to get that lazy Y spread of yours in my own way, law or no law. Hi, boys. Come on, you red hand.
Well, here we are. Get down, come in, gents. Oh, there, Red.
Ooh, Buckshot.
Oh, Joker. Hey, you still got that big feather bed in your back bedroom, Jeff?
Sure have, Jingles. Just waiting for you.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Now I know I'm going to enjoy this visit. Right, Bill?
You're right, Jingles. That is, unless Bolton stirs up some trouble.
Well, you can be counting on that. But what trick he'll think up this time beats me.
No, don't make any difference. We'll stop him, yes, sir.
Well, looks like one of the boys picked up the mail in town. Here's a letter from Fred Berry.
Who's Fred Berry?
A cattle buyer. Says he's headed this way. The letter was written 3 weeks ago from Hay City. He ought to have been here by now. I hope nothing's happened to him. He's my last chance.
Oh, now don't go talking that way, Uncle Jeff. Things ain't always as bad as they seem.
Yeah, they are this time. I can't even scrape up enough money to hire hands. Most of my stock's still unbranded. But if I can sell a bunch of my steers to Fred Berry, I just might be able to pull out and hold Bolton off.
Will Bolton be selling to the same buyer, Uncle Jeff?
I reckon so. Makes it tougher for us. And that's a time when he thinks up his meanness.
Well, let him think it up. Just let him. He comes messing around here, you'll find he just walked snap, dab into a den of lions and tigers.
Oh, boy. Whoa. All right, Tim. Cut out about 100 head from this herd and drive them down to Soda Springs on old Jeff's range.
Oh, now, boss, you know Hickok and Jingles rode out to Jeff Decker's ranch with him last night. You're asking for trouble.
Yeah, maybe. But I want to see how serious old Jeff's going to take that local judge's decision.
Oh, Jeff don't scare me none, but I ain't got no hankering to go locking horns with Wild Bill Hickok.
You white-livered roadrunner. Maybe you'd rather tangle with me. Brad Bolton ain't no violet, you know.
Oh, now, boss, I didn't mean that.
And stop bawling like a newborn calf. I got a plan. And if old Jeff Decker gives us any trouble, we'll go to work on him for good.
Well, I ain't so sure any plan's going to work on him unless it's a mighty good one. What do you got in mind?
You don't need to know nothing. I'll do the thinking around here. But I'll give you an idea.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, Jeff ain't had enough money to hire hands to brand his stock. That means that most of them cows are unbranded. Now, if they was to get mixed up, how'd the cattle buyer know whose they was?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Is the cattle buyer coming?
Yeah, any day now. He's already sent out letters. I got mine yesterday.
Maybe you got something there at that, Bolton. Reckon you're going to outsmart old Jeff Decker yet, at least once.
What? Why, you low-legged saddle tramp. What do you mean by saying I'm going to outsmart him once?
Well, nothing, boss. Nothing at all. But fellas in town saying that old Jeff's been getting the best of you most of the time.
So that's what they're saying, huh? Well, they'll be singing another tune before I'm through with that old coot. Go on now. Round up them steers and drive them down to Soda Springs pronto. Get going.
Okay, I'm going. Up, boy. Come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Jingles. Hey, partner, wake up.
Oh, Susanna, no, don't you cry for me.
Jingles, wake up. Wake up, we got trouble.
Oh, Bill, good morning, and go away.
Partner, you've got to get up.
Oh, Bill, me and this feather bed has got to be the best of friends. I couldn't bear to part from it.
Jingles, Bolton's cows are heading for Soda Springs.
Bolton's cows? Why, that ornery sidewinder. What are we waiting on, Bill? My boots. Now, where's my boots? We gotta hurry.
On your feet, Jingles. You must have slept in them.
Oh, well, then let's go get that polecat. Come on. Joker! Joker, where are you? Joker!
Yeah, that's part of Bolton's herd, all right, Bill.
Yeah, got the bar ass brand on him.
Guess this shows Bolton's not paying attention to the law, huh?
He's used to making his own law. Can't get out of the habit.
Well, that's Slim herding those cows, Bill. Must have paid his fine and got out again.
Well, fan out and turn his herd. I'll let him off and have a talk with him.
We'll turn him all right. Oh, get around, you critters! Head for home! Ha, ha, ha!
Hey! You got away from those cows! What do you think you're doing?
Ooh, Buckshot, steady boy. I was just about to ask you what you thought you were up to, Slim.
I don't figure it's none of your business, Hickok. Now call that empty-headed partner of yours away from my herd.
You're trespassing against the judge's orders, Slim. Bolton tell you to drive these cows down here?
I ain't talking.
All right, then head them back for your own range. And tell Bolton from me that he's to keep his stock at home.
All right, Hickok. I'm going for now. But you ain't stopping Brad Bolton. Nor you either, Jeff Decker.
Now, take it easy, Slim. I ain't never asked for trouble from Brad, and I ain't asking for it now.
Well, you're gonna get it. And when he gets through with what he's planning, you ain't gonna have nothing left but a pair of shaps. Ah, boy, hit that.
Go on and get it. Next time you come around here, I'm liable to tie your ears in a braid.
That's enough, Jingles.
Well, he had it coming.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, it made him tip Bolton's hand. Looks like Bolton has got something planned, all right.
Well, ain't no use staying out here and waiting for it. Might as well go back to the house and be comfortable.
These your cows grazing this way, Uncle Jeff?
Yep. They'll be over by the springs by tonight.
Well, if Bolton tries driving his herd in again, that could lead to a real fancy mix-up.
Well, Fred, I'm sure glad you got here.
Yeah, Mr. Barry. You're going to buy some of Uncle Jeff's cattle, ain't you?
I sure am, Jingles. I need plenty of beef, and Uncle Jeff's always had fine stock.
You had any dealings with Brad Bolton, Mr. Barry?
Sure, he sells to my outfit, and he's a slippery customer to deal with.
Fred knows Brad of old, Bill.
I sure do. He been giving you any trouble, Jeff?
A little, here and there.
A little? Why, that ornery polecat's been nothing but trouble.
Easy, partner.
Well, he has, Bill, and you know it.
Now, Jingles, don't go barring trouble till it's happened. Ain't been a sign of 'em all day, and so far tonight. Well, maybe we'll get a good night's snoozing after all. And Fred can take a look at my stock in the morning.
Hold it, Jeff. Maybe you spoke too soon.
Huh?
What do you mean by that, Bill?
Quiet. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like shots.
Yeah, but what's that thunder?
That's not thunder, partner. That's cattle on the move.
That's Bolton's herding. Bill, they're headed for Soda Springs.
That's right, partner. And if we don't head them off, they'll mix with Uncle Jeff's herd.
But, Bill, if they do that, Uncle Jeff will be wiped out.
We can't let that happen, Jingles. Come on, gents. Get your horses and hit those saddles. We got a private little war on our hands.
Come on, Waddies. The cookie says to get out of them there sacks and over to the chuck wagon. Boy, he's got a breakfast awaiting for you that'll lift you right into your saddle. First come, first serve. Come on now, you can't lay there all morning. Let's sing, cowpokes. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Rice Krispies mean more fun and pep, so come on, gang, let's get in step. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Add milk or cream, that's all you do. Then listen to 'em talk to you. Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Say, let me give you a little tip, partner. You know, there ain't no breakfast cereal in this whole wide world that's more fun to eat than Kellogg's Rice Krispies. And that's a straight shot. So all you hands see to it that you get a good supply of them. Tell you what you do. Have some crisp, golden Kellogg's Rice Krispies for your breakfast mañana. Will you do that for me? All right, now, what do you say? Let's get back to Wild Bill Hickok.
When Wild Bill Hickok had made sure that the rumbling herd of cattle were bar-ass stock headed for Soda Springs, he called for the rest to hit their saddles. Riding hard, Bill led them across Brad Bolton's trail just a short distance from the springs.
Bill, that herd's stampeding for the water.
Yeah, and if they make it, Bolton's gonna be the sorriest rancher you ever saw.
He sure is a right bull-headed Jasper. Come on, let's see if we can turn the point of that herd. Hi, Buckshot. Get after him, boy.
Go, Joker! Get around there, you longhorn snake!
You're wasting your time, Bill. Them critters ain't gonna turn for you or nobody now.
Yeah, the lead steers already got their feet in the water.
Now that doggone hammerhead's starting to pick a fight.
Come on, let's go talk to him. Get around there, Buckshot.
He ain't much on talking, Bill.
We'll see. All right, Bolton. Post to that 6-gun and right on up here.
Whoa!
What do you want with me, Hickok? I ain't got nothing to say to you.
Maybe not, but I got something to say to you. You made your move against the law, so I'm taking you back to face a judge on a new charge.
Against the law? Now, Hickok, what charge you got against me?
Driving your herd down across Jeff Decker's range and into his soda springs. That's enough to put you out of circulation for quite a while.
Driving? Did you say driving my herd? Why, Marshal, I didn't drive him. They stampeded this way, and I rode down and tried to head him back. I'm sorry they drank up all your water, Uncle Jeff.
Holy horny toads. They sure did. Look, bottom of Soda Springs is shining white in the moonlight. The water's all gone.
Yeah, Bolton, and I reckon you're going to be sorrier than that when you find out what you've really done.
Huh? What do you mean?
You hear anything strange, Bolton?
Strange? No, I don't hear. Wait a minute. Some of them cows sound sick.
And thanks to you, I reckon they are, Brad.
What's going on here, Uncle Jeff?
I reckon Brad's made almost one mistake too many, Jingles.
Yes, Bolton, I'm beginning to think you have, too.
Hey, what is all this? Jeff Decker, if you pull another one of your dirty tricks on me, I'll make you pay and pay plenty for it.
You pull this one on yourself, Bolton. Look at your cows now.
Hey, they're moaning and laying down. Look at them.
Decker, you poisoned that water hole. I'll kill you for that.
Thank you, Wild Bill. No, Brad, I didn't poison Soda Springs. Everybody around here knows that's a spring with an alkali bottom.
But you've killed my cows.
No, they ain't dead, and they ain't going to die. But you've made them mighty sick by letting them stir up the bed of the springs. If you just let them drink, a few at a time, around the edges, they'd have been all right.
Hey, here comes Fred Barry. Let's see what he's got to say.
What do you make of those cattle, Fred?
Looks like they all got alkali sickness, Bill. Be up and around about 10 days. Funny thing is, most all of them are Bar S cattle. Bolton, figure you lost your head.
Then the ones on their feet still grazing are Uncle Jeff's cows, huh, Fred?
That's right, Jingles.
Good.
It's going to save me a lot of trouble in the morning when I go to round Jeff's cattle up for shipment.
Hey, now, Barry, you got to take my cows, too.
Sorry, Brad. Can't use sick cattle. Reckon you'll have to keep them.
You ain't going to buy none of my steers?
Nope, can't use them, I tell you.
Jeff Decker, you tricked me again. You low-down slippery cuss. I'm going to get you yet.
I had nothing to do with it, Bolton.
You just tripped yourself up that time, you smart jack.
Reckon that's right, Bolton. And when the judge gets through with you, you're going to have a long time to think it over.
Yeah, you big bully. And where you're going, I hope they wake you up every 10 minutes and, well, just to tell you what a polecat you are. As for me, I'm going to go back to that big feather bed now, and, well, I ain't going to wake up for 10 days on account of I got such a nice, clear conscience.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's our Wild Bill Hickok story for today, folks. Be with us Monday, will you?
Yes, sirree, because we've got a real action story for you about cattle rustling called Mixed Brand.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Right. It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir, Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Fred Howard, Ralph Moody, Frank Gerstle, and Clayton Post. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok straightens out some mixed brands. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal, Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal, and Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Christmas present.
It is 2 p.m., December 21st, 4 days before Christmas in the Depression year of 1931. On a city street corner in North Texas, a man dressed as Santa Claus suddenly leaves his post beside a large red pot labeled Help the Poor. Shivering with cold, he enters the newly opened building of the Panhandle Equity Bank and approaches the bank guard.
Say, mister, you mind if I stay in here a few minutes, warm up a little?
I sure don't. I've been watching you through the window. Don't know how you stood it as long as you did.
Oh, this Santa Claus outfit's pretty warm at first, but then the cold sort of creeps in on you.
How long they expect you to stand out in that?
Oh, 8 to 2. 6 hours, that's all.
Well, it's 2 o'clock right now. You can go home.
Not till my relief man shows up, I can't. Can't leave till he gets here. Some money in a pot out there.
Oh. Well, why don't you wait right in here till you see him?
Well, I was hoping you'd say that, because I'm sure... Oh, there he is now. Just drove up in a car.
Oh, he can't leave a car parked there in front of the bank. There's a time limit on parking.
Well, I think he's just wondering why I'm not there. I better go out and... Oh, he sees me. He's coming in.
Howdy.
Howdy. Was wondering when you get here. God let me come in and warm up.
I hope your Santa Claus suit is warmer than his. We'll be closed up by the time you need warming.
I don't think I'll get very cold. I got a Colt 45 in my pocket, pointed right for your belly. Now, don't move.
Don't move, he said. Keep your hand away from your gun.
You guys are pulling the stick up.
No kidding. You figured that all out by yourself, stupid?
Let's make it a nice, quiet stick up, huh? Just walk to the rear of the bank with us, take us through the door to the money in the vault. Now, go on.
You'll never get away with this.
You just trying to attract any attention. You'll never live to know whether we're doing that.
All right. Open that door.
The girl by the desk has to open it. It's button control.
Well, tell her you won't in.
Miss Keene.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lovett. Your Santa Claus friend's coming in with you?
Yeah.
We're so busy, I didn't even notice it. Something wrong, Mr. Lovett? You look kind of sick.
You'd be more than sick if you let out one yell.
They got guns in their pockets, Miss Keene.
Watch your mouth, sister. Nobody else can see us now. Take his gun.
I've got it.
Now, sister, whether he lives or not is up to you, understand?
What do you want me to do?
Open the case of those money trays. Get to it.
All right.
You got the sack. Tell her what to put in it. And stuff it into your jacket when you're through.
Right.
And remember, sis, one yap and this jerk gets it.
All right. Go on. Come on, now, stuff it in the sack.
What are you going to do when you leave?
Come on, faster.
What do you mean?
We'll give you a chance to get away. I mean, we won't yell or anything until you're gone. Honest.
Oh, yeah, that's real nice of you. Maybe you ought to be wearing the Santa Claus suit instead of me. You think I'm going to fall for a... Hurry up, will you? One of the bank executives is heading back here.
All right. I'm almost through. As soon as I get it in my... Hey, what are you doing back here, Lovett? Why aren't you out front?
These Santa Claus fellas, Mr. Peabody, just wanted to...
Well, what's the other one doing in the vault there? Miss Keene, what do...
Oh! You're going to answer this question later, when and if he comes to. And congratulations on your self-control. You're liable to get medals for saving your own lives.
All right, let's go. I got
it. All right, let's leave these people the quiet way.
Oh!
statewide alarm was put out to all law enforcement agencies in a matter of minutes, but the perpetrators of the Santa Claus stick-up had vanished. Texas Ranger Jace Pearson, closest unit to the scene of the crime, was requested to investigate.
The chief of police gave me the general details. I'd like to get your story firsthand.
Well, I saw the guard take them through there, Ranger, and I went back to see why he was leaving his post on the bank floor, and that's when I got hit.
You have any idea how big they were?
No, I don't. I was too excited.
I see. What's your name?
Leon Peabody. I'm second vice president.
How about the girl, Miss Keene, and the guard, Lovett?
Both of them were knocked out, too. Miss Keene finally came to, and we sent her home, but they took Lovett to the hospital. He wasn't in good shape.
Skull fracture?
They don't know.
How come you stayed around? That's a nasty bump you've got.
I feel it, too. Plenty. Ooh. But I knew the police would need whatever information there is, so I stayed.
Yeah, you better sit down.
Oh, thanks.
You think you could recognize either of the hold-up men?
Dressed the way they were? I'm afraid not.
It's a cinch they chucked those Santa Claus suits right after they left here. I hope they left a few fingerprints.
Both of them were wearing gloves.
You get a tally on how much they made off with?
We're running a tape on it. We'll know in a couple of minutes.
Men who pulled this job worked pretty smoothly. They seem to know the setup behind the partitions there. Have any of your employees ever been in any trouble?
Those men weren't employees of the bank. No.
I know they weren't. But somebody inside could have supplied them with your new layout. Helped them plan the job.
Well, sir, all of our employees have been with us for at least a year, and we haven't taken on any new ones since we moved over here 2 months ago.
Mr. Peabody.
Oh, yes, Donnelly. Is that the rundown?
Yes, sir. 63,800. And we've got serial numbers on some of the larger bills.
Good. That'll help if they try to pass any. I'll take a copy of that list. Police can alert the other banks and merchants. We'll get numbers out on the statewide and interstate.
We may run down some more serial numbers when we cross-check deposits.
That'll be fine. I think you ought to go home now, Mr. Peabody. We can reach you there if you're needed.
Oh, thank you. I guess I shouldn't even think about myself, though. I'm a bachelor, but the God love it, he's got a wife and 3 children. Pretty rotten Christmas present for them if he doesn't pull through.
I paid a call on Miss Keene, the girl who'd been slugged, but she was in a state of shock and hysteria. By nightfall, all possible angles had been checked, and we still didn't have a lead. My boss, Ranger Captain Stinson, flew in, and I met him at the airport and drove him to town.
You talked to all the welfare agencies that have Santa Clauses stationed on the streets?
Yeah, and every man they have checked out clean. It was a phony setup, Captain, even though one of the bandits spent the whole day right out in the corner outside the bank.
Well, that was smart. Got the bank guard used to seeing him.
Yeah. City police are checking to see if they can find out where the suits came from and who got them.
Good idea. How's the bank guard doing?
Love it. I checked the hospital. He's still out. No fracture, but they can't bring him around. He may have...
KTXA to Unit 10.
That's yours, Jace.
Yeah. Unit 10. Go ahead, KTXA.
City police report stolen car found in alley off Crockett Street between Maple and Lolly. Maybe car used in Panhandle equity bank robbery. Police chief requests your assistance.
10-4. Proceeding there immediately.
10-4.
Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
We better get there fast. This may be the break we need.
Here it is, Rangers, abandoned in the alley. Prowl car spotted it and checked the license on the stolen car list.
When was it reported stolen, Chief?
Early this morning, but the owner says it might have been missing since yesterday. He's been away.
You check on him?
Yep, he's clear. That's where he said he was.
What makes you fellas think this is the car?
Found this on the floor, under the seat. Big red button.
Off a Santa suit, all right. I'm going to climb in behind the wheel for a second. Ask one of the men in the prowl car to flash his light this way.
Sure. Let's have a spotlight here, will you, boys?
Okay, Chief.
That do, Ranger?
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, have any of your men moved this rear vision mirror, Chief?
Nope.
How about this front seat? You slide it back to get that button you found?
No, just saw it under there and reached in and got it.
What are you trying to figure, Jace?
The last fellow who drove this car was pretty big, about an inch or inch and a half taller than I am.
What makes you think so?
Because the seat's all the way back where it would be for a tall driver. and I have to raise myself a bit to get a clear view through the rear vision mirror.
Hey, that's good thinking, Jace.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't touch anything. Maybe he left the car just like it was when he stole it.
I'll give odds against that. A man who's getting away from a bank stick-up wants to know what's coming behind him. All roads out of the city had been under watch since the report of the robbery, so the men we were after figured to be close by. But all we knew was that one of them was about 6'3". In the morning, we made a routine check with police headquarters.
Morning, Rangers.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Chief. Your men come across anything?
I'm just going to check through this report. Tells us the location of just about every Santa Claus suit in town. All of them belong to organizations, use them for their Christmas parties. But once in a while, they let some private individual borrow them for a kid party or something, as if they put up deposit money.
You got a list of the places that have loaned suits out and who got them?
That top paper. I was just starting to check it. Look if you like.
Thanks.
Looks like we might be adding a murder charge to the armed robbery, Captain.
The bank guard dead?
Not yet, but it looks bad. They're operating for a blood clot on the brain. He's,
Wait a minute.
What is it, Jace?
I think we've got a boy to talk to. Look at this list. 2 suits borrowed from 2 different organizations, but both borrowed by the same man, Anthony Ross, 124 Petagrosa Street.
Say, that's worth looking into, Jace. Come on. Let's pick him up.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Christmas Present, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The home of Anthony Ross at 124 Petagrosa Street turned out to be a rundown shack on the outskirts of town. A small boy and girl, not dressed well enough against the cold, stopped playing with a mongrel dog as we drove up. They stared at us while we went up the rickety porch, the dog barking at our heels.
It's all right, boy. It's all right. Take it easy. Good pup. There's a good...
Yeah, what? Oh, Texas Rangers.
You Anthony Ross?
Yeah?
We'd like to come in.
Oh, sure. Annie, you and Jim take the dog in the back of the house and play there.
Look at those suit boxes, Jace.
Yeah, see them.
What do you want to see me about?
We can start with those boxes on the table. What's in them?
I don't know. Just a couple of packages. That's all. They ain't mine.
You better open them up, Jace.
Yeah.
No. Wait a minute. I tell you, they ain't mine. You got no right to.
This search warrant says we have.
Search warrant? Now, look. Now, those things ain't stolen. They were rented.
Yeah. Couple of Santa suits, all right, Captain. And look, a button missing from the jacket of this one.
I don't know what this is all about. Why are you coming?
Maybe we can refresh your memory. The guard you slugged at the Panhandle Equity Bank isn't expected to live.
What?
Who was wearing the other suit, Ross? Who was your partner?
What are you guys doing to me? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about the $63,000 stick-up you and somebody else pulled yesterday. And since you're about 5'10", I can tell you that your partner's about 6'3".
Rangers, you're making a mistake. I don't even know anything about a holdup.
The button missing from this suit was found in your getaway car, the one your partner drove.
It wasn't me. I tell you, I didn't even know what kind of costumes were in them boxes. They ain't mine.
Then where'd you get them?
I picked them up at a couple of places yesterday morning.
You say you picked them up, and you're trying to tell us you don't know what's in the boxes.
I picked them up for somebody else.
They were rented out in your name.
The woman ordered them in my name.
What woman?
The one who hired me to pick them up.
That's a pretty phony story, Ross. Who was this woman you're talking about? What's her name?
I don't know. I don't even know.
You better come with us, Ross.
No. You got to listen to me. Please listen. You got to believe me. I was in town early yesterday morning. She come right up to me on the street. I was pulling my kid's old wagon along, trying to find some junk I might sell.
You sure you don't want to think this story over before you go any further?
She asked me if I wanted to earn $1 running a couple of errands. I said, sure. A buck could give my kids a meal for a change. She asked me my name and address, and I told her, and then Then she told me to wait while she went into a booth and made some phone calls. When she come out, she sent me to 2 different clubs, told me there'd be costumes and packages. She had them left in my name to avoid confusion, she said.
You didn't think that was funny?
Mister, all I could think about was earning that $1. She gave me money, deposit money for the costumes, and told me to come back and meet her with the stuff on that same corner.
Where were you at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
I was looking around for a junk again for a couple hours after I delivered the packages, and then I guess at 2 o'clock I was walking back home from town.
It's a long walk to here in this weather.
Cost of a bus ride will buy a loaf of bread for the kids you saw outside. Is that a crime? What's it to you if I walk my feet off to feed my kids?
All right, Ross. That was a nice act. But there's a big hole in it. You say you delivered the Santa Claus suits to a woman you didn't know. But you've still got them.
Yeah, I got them. They're going to mean a good Christmas. But you're not going to believe what I tell you. The woman came here last night, drove up in a car, woke me up. She said she was leaving town in a hurry. Didn't have time to take the costumes back herself, and if I'd take them back, I could keep the deposits. $15 each. But you're not going to believe that, are you?
You better get your coat.
Will you give me a chance to ask one of the neighbors to watch out for my kids?
I'm afraid you'll be gone too long for that. I'm sorry, but we'll have to take him into the juvenile home.
Oh. I guess they'll get better care there than I've been able to give. I'll get my coat.
Ross, you been doing any painting around here?
Painting? This place looked like it ever saw paint.
What made you ask that, Jace?
I just noticed this inside the leg of this Santa Claus suit. Paint blob. Looks fresh.
Well, how come it's inside the leg, not outside?
I don't know. That's something we'll have to figure. This is the large size suit. Must have been worn by the big boy we're looking for. The captain and I did a job we hated, dropping the Ross kids off at the juvenile home. Sometimes it's the only thing to do. They cried for their father. Always makes something inside you cry a little with them. We took Ross to the jail and locked him up.
Well, that seems to be it, Rangers. By the time he comes up for trial, he should be ready to name his accomplice. That is, if we don't find him before then.
I'd go along with that, Chief, if we'd found any money on him or in the house, even a few dollars.
Kids got under your skin, huh, Jason?
They got under yours, too, Captain. You know it.
Yeah, but we got to remember, that bank guard has kids, too.
You got any late reports on him from the hospital?
Man stationed there says the operation is over. Don't know how it's going to come out yet, though.
You might as well go over there and check with the doctors, Jace. I got to get back to company headquarters.
Do me a favor, then. You're heading toward Austin. Take the Santa outfits with you and have them sent on to the lab. Get an analysis of that paint in the trousers. Maybe some traces in the boots, too.
Well, how come the boots?
They're made to go on over regular shoes. I figured that paint stain on the inside of the pants came from a blob of paint on the shoe of the man who put them on.
I see. All right, Jace, you want to know the content of the paint and see if lab can run down the source, is that it?
Yeah.
You working up to some kind of a lead?
Maybe. A few things I'm trying to fit together. Maybe they won't fit. If they do, though, you'll hear from me. I went over to the hospital and checked with the doctors, but the outcome was still in doubt. The guard's wife was there, face twisted with worry and fear. There was nothing I could do to help, so I got some sleep. Then in the morning, I went back to see the police chief.
Oh, Ranger, I'm glad you dropped in. I just had a long-distance call from your lab headquarters at Austin. Report on that paint.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I wrote it all down. Paint is manufactured right here in town. Brand name is Light Glow.
Light Glow, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Can you get a list of local painting contractors who use it?
Well, I reckon just about all of them do. It's good paint, and this wouldn't hardly be Texas if we didn't deal with a local outfit, would it?
No, it wouldn't. Thanks a lot. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Over to the Panhandle Equity Bank. Mr. Peabody, do you know who painted this bank before you opened?
Well, there was a contract for the building. Included the painting. I guess that was done on a subcontract.
Can you find out from the contractor?
Sure, but you mind my asking why?
I told you the day of the robbery. Everything was too well planned. Like the men who did it knew the inside of the bank.
Yes, I remember you saying that. You think the painters may have?
That's what I think.
But why not some of the construction men?
I've got a reason for being interested in painters. Check it for me, will you? He checked. Contractor gave the name of the painters. 2 men, Eddie West and Martin Poggin. They'd been working the day of the robbery, he said, at a house on the north side of town. I went out to the house to see the owner.
Why, yes, Ranger. They worked here all day that day. I remember we heard the report of the robbery on the radio.
They were both here all day?
Yes.
Didn't even go out to eat?
Had their lunches with them.
Kind of smelly when the house gets painted. Most women usually get out of the way.
I wanted to watch them, so I was here every minute to see they didn't get sloppy. I like things neat.
I see. Well, thanks, ma'am. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Why are you asking about them, Ranger?
Nothing important. Not as long as you say they were here. Goodbye, ma'am. Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, the same to you, Ranger. Merry Christmas.
She was the alibi for Eddie West and Martin Poggin. But she was too nervous about answering a few simple questions. Nervous enough to make me wonder. I went back to the jail, got Anthony Ross out in my custody, and drove him to the north side of town. All right, get out, Ross. We're going in here for a minute.
Why? What are you trying to frame now?
I just want you to meet somebody.
Well, back again, Ranger. I thought we'd...
That's her. Ranger, that's the woman
Who is he? Who is this man?
You ought to remember me, lady. My kids are in juvenile home on account of you, and I've been in jail.
I never saw you before in my whole life.
Tell him the truth. Tell him before I...
Hold it, Ross.
Take him away from here. Go away, both of you.
Ranger, I got those costumes for her. For her!
You're a liar, a liar!
That word fits somebody, all right. Can I come in and have a look around, ma'am?
What for? What do you want?
I want to check over the painting job to see if it's just new painting or if there's some new plaster under it someplace.
You can't come in. You have no right.
The boys you're alibying for must have come back here after they cracked the bank. Because you must have picked them up in your car after they ditched the one they're using.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wouldn't carry the money on them. Did they cover it up here, safe under fresh plaster and paint until it cools off?
No!
Call for a search warrant and wait till a crew comes and tears this place apart. It'll go better for you if you don't try to cover it.
The money isn't here.
Well, come on. Where is it?
It's here, all right. In that wall. Behind the picture.
Come on, Ross. Now, which one's your boyfriend? Poggin or West?
Eddie West. He said we'd get married. Go to Europe next year.
You'll all go someplace next year, but it won't be Europe. West about 6'3".
Yes. How did you know?
I got an early Christmas present. Somebody sent me a crystal ball. As soon as I call the police and dig out that bank money, you're coming with us.
Ranger, I'm clear now, ain't I?
Looks that way, Ross, but you'll have to go back to jail for a while and be checked out by the local police. That won't take any longer than it'll take me to pick up Eddie West and Martin Poggin. I made my call, then took West's girlfriend and Anthony Ross back to jail. Poggin and West were playing it smart, working right up to Christmas Eve like a couple of house painters would be doing. I found out where they were working, a loft of a warehouse. Local police covered the building while I went in.
Eddie, who's that? Who came in?
Probably the watchman. Watch out for those paint cans.
Don't worry. I see him.
That ain't the watchman's boys, Eddie.
Come out of the shadows where we can see you.
I'm coming, but seeing me isn't going to make you happy.
Eddie, it's the Texas Ranger.
Shut up, Poggin. I got my gun. Howdy, Ranger. Something you want?
Yeah. I want the 2 men who robbed the Panhandle Equity Bank.
Shut up. What would we know about that, Ranger?
Come down off that scaffold and I'll tell you.
Okay. Marty, lower away.
Too bad you aren't working in a place with a phone. Your girlfriend could have warned you earlier.
Eddie, he knows.
I'll get him.
Keep your hands away!
I'm hurt. I'm bleeding.
I just nicked you when you tried to dig for that gun in your pocket. You're not hurt.
We didn't do nothing, Ranger.
Somebody should have told you that the real Santa Claus gives. He doesn't take. Get up and try this present I've got for you. A pair of handcuffs.
Well, that winds it up for sure, Ranger. Didn't turn out too bad either. Just heard from the hospital. Guard passed the crisis. He's going to be all right.
You couldn't have better news, Chief. Just in time, too. It's getting dark. Christmas Eve. You let Anthony Ross go?
Mm-hmm. About 10 minutes ago. He didn't seem too happy, though. Just like he didn't care. What with his kids in the juvenile home and everything. Judge mightn't even release him if he can't care for him.
Ross didn't have a dime. Not even bus fare. It'd take him a couple hours to walk home.
Oh, why didn't I think?
Well, maybe it's just as well that way. Let me call the judge. And Mr. Peabody, the bank vice president.
Mm-hmm.
Stores will be open late, won't they?
Sure. Why?
It'll take Ross a long time to get to his house. Maybe we can get some of your boys to help us and change his mind about Christmas. There's Ross. You hear him coming up the walk now?
Mm-hmm. Coming slow. His tail is dragging.
Yeah.
Not that I blame him.
Are the kids asleep?
Yeah. All bundled up in them new blankets. Shh.
What? Ranger. And the chief. The lights. They're on. The power company turned them off.
Yeah. They sent a man out to turn them on again.
What? What's all this stuff? Ornaments. Christmas tree. All those toys and things.
Tomorrow's Christmas, Ross. For you and your kids. They're in the bedroom asleep.
My kids. You brought my kids back to me.
Yes, and there's plenty of grub in the kitchen.
And you've got a job. Starting next week at the Panhandle Equity Bank. Just go in and see Mr. Peabody after the holiday. Meanwhile, he sent you a little cash in this envelope. Sort of a Christmas bonus, just like the rest of the employees get. Well, we have to be going. Merry Christmas.
Yep. Merry Christmas, Ross.
Merry Christmas, fellas. Merry Christmas. And God bless you.
Thanks.
God bless you.
On behalf of all of us on Tales of the Texas Rangers, this is Joel McCrae wishing you a very Merry Christmas.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Shepard Menken, Jim Nusser, Virginia Gregg, Victor Rodman, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music on NBC, and for your Christmas night listening pleasure tomorrow, the Voice of Firestone presents soprano Eleanor Stieber in a thrilling selection of Christmas melodies. Next, Jack Parr calls a Marine veteran in Japan on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Wilshire Division, Vice Detail. An informant sends you word about an extortion racket going on in your area. The victim, a bookmaker. The suspect, a police officer. Your job, check it out. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 18th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Wilshire Division, Vice Detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Hayes. My name's Friday. We were on the way downtown from the office, and it was 9:35 a.m. when we got to the felony section of the main jail, the interview room.
Sit down, Mr. Lawrence.
Thanks.
Got your message when we checked in this morning. What's it about?
Well, I finally made up my mind. I've had enough of this. Say, either one of you got a cigarette? I left mine back in the cell.
Yeah, sure. Here you are, Lawrence.
Oh, thanks.
You bet. There's a match for you. Now, what's the story? What's on your mind?
Well, I've been thinking about it most of the night. I didn't get very much sleep. So you remember yesterday? I mean, when you arrested me?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like I told you then. I'm not trying to kid anybody. I admit it. I've been taking a few bets. It wasn't any big operation, though. You know that. They're just laying off a few bets for my friends, people of the neighborhood.
We know all that, Lawrence. We went through that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to make sure we got it straight. We're not any big operators. We just ran the bookmaking as a, sideline.
Mm-hmm.
Business hasn't been too good lately. Had to make it up somehow.
I'm sorry, Lawrence. We can't feel bad about it. You were tagged for making book before. You should have learned your lesson.
Oh, I know. I'm not singing the blues. I'm not trying to alibi. I didn't call you down here for that.
Well, then, what's this all about?
Well, like I told you, I've been thinking about it a lot. I didn't sleep hardly at all last night. I finally made up my mind, though. I'm going to get it off my chest if it kills me.
All right, what's that?
I'm no stoolie. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but there's one thing I believe in, and that's playing it square, no matter what you do. Just like now, Sergeant, I ain't beating about the arrest. You know that.
Well, what are you getting at? What do you want to tell us?
Oh, all right. Here it is. You know what the record is. I stood a pinch for bookmaking a year and a half ago. I got the thing all squared away, and it came back to my business. I learned my lesson. I didn't want any more trouble, so I laid off the books.
All right, fill us in. What about this policeman?
I'm getting to it. Just a minute. Hey, I'm sorry. You got another cigarette, please. I'm a little jumpy this morning.
Yeah, Lawrence, here you are.
Thanks. Oh, thanks a lot. Well, like I was saying, when I cleared up the last beef, I forgot all about the horses. I was off them for good. My wife made me promise. I wouldn't have anything more to do with them. We'd just run the business, live on what we made, and we'd get along fine.
All right, go ahead.
Everything was going fine, too. Business wasn't too good, but we made out. Then the trouble started.
Yeah.
My oldest boy, that's Harry Jr.
Mm-hmm.
He had an accident on the job, and he broke his hip. I had to help his family out while he was in the hospital. Like I say, the business wasn't making too much money, but we made out, though.
Yeah.
Then,
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, then just as soon as Harry got well, the wife came down. Gallbladder. She had to have an operation. Really cost money,
Yeah.
Well, wife was resting at home. She didn't come down to the store. I started with the books again, just taking a few bets on the side, just a few.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really want to do it.
Just one of those things, you know. I didn't have anybody to go to. The bills had to be paid.
Where does this policeman fit into it, this Ray Williams?
Well, I'm just coming to it.
No.
Well, he came in the store. He said he wanted to make a bet. I didn't know him from Adam, so I played careful, you know. I told him I wasn't making books, and then he said he was a good friend of Myra's. Myra, that's a gal who runs the beauty parlor on Crenshaw. She used to make books, but she isn't now.
Yeah, we know the spot.
Well, when he said that he knew Myra, I figured it was all right, so I took the bet. That's when it started. As soon as he makes the bet, he comes out and says he's a cop working for Vice. I thought he was just kidding, and he flashes this identification.
What kind of identification?
Bag?
What kind of a bag?
Well, I don't know. Just a bag. Looked all right.
All right, have a look. This one here, was it like this one?
I don't know. I didn't get too good a look at it. It might have been something like that. I don't know.
You ask for any other identification? You volunteer to show you any?
No, I didn't ask for any. I was scared. I just figured I was arrested again, that's all. He seemed to know all about the first pinch. I stood for making book. He told me that I'd been operating for about a month and a half. He said he had his eye on me.
Mm-hmm. What did he do after he told you he was a policeman?
Well, I started to explain to him how the thing shaped up, why I was making books again, how I had to pay up those doctor's bills. I tried to beg off. I told him that I'd quit right now. Then he turns around and tells me I don't have to.
What do you mean?
Well, that's just what he said. He didn't make sense to me either. And he went on, he told me I was operating in his district. Said it'd be okay if I went right along the way I was. He'd see to it that I didn't stand any pinches.
Yes, sir. What else did he say?
Well, he said he wasn't the only one who'd have to be taken care of. He said that was his partner. And then a couple of guys over him, they'd have to be taken care of, too. He said the juice would cost me $100 a week. I tried to explain to him that, well, I told him that I wasn't operating big. I was just on the side. I said I wasn't making that much a week. All I was doing is about 50, that's all, just 50. Then he said, well, he says, all right, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll just take you down, book you now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I told him I didn't want to stand the pinch again, and I'd do the best that I could. So he finally said, I'll give you 2 weeks to go ahead and open this thing up. He said I'd have to do more business because the juice was just going to cost me $100 a week. He didn't care how I got it.
This policeman told you to go ahead and open up, huh? For $100 a week, you could go ahead and make book and nobody bothered.
Yeah.
Did your wife ever see this policeman, this fellow Williams?
Yeah, she saw him. She saw him a couple of times. She saw me give him the money. Mm-hmm.
Well, when did all this start?
About the 1st of July. Paid him $100 every week since then. Yeah, I'm almost glad you fellas picked me up, honestly. He was running into the ground. He had me in a bind.
You say the man's name is Ray Williams, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
You said he had a partner. Did you ever see him?
No, I never did.
Did Williams ever come in with anybody? Did you ever see him with anybody?
Well, no. No matter of fact, I never did. One time I asked him who his partner was. He says, none of my business.
What kind of a car does he drive?
I don't know. Never came to my place in a car. He always walked. He came on foot.
Do you know anything else about him? Where does he live?
I don't know. He never told me. He never told me anything, you see? Nothing. Once I asked him what station he was working out of, who his boss was. He got a little hard with me. He told me not to get nosy, not to ask so many questions.
Is there anything else you can tell us about Williams? Maybe where he hangs out, people he knows? Anything you figure will help us?
Well, he works out Wilshire. You ought to know him.
Ray Williams.
Yeah, Ray Williams. The policeman.
Not in my book. Frank and I continued questioning the prisoner, Harold Lawrence, and he gave us a complete description of the extortionist, the man he knew as Officer Ray Williams. Frank got on the phone, notified the commander of Internal Affairs Division of the latest development, and he advised us to bring the prisoner to his office immediately. We signed Lawrence out of the main jail for investigation and took him to the City Hall, room 37. With the help of Sergeants Lloyd Reiner and Floyd Phillips, we started checking through the personnel files for the suspect. Neither Frank nor myself recognized the name or the description of Williams as given us by Lawrence. The first step was to show the prisoner photographs of every police officer in the department, regardless of rank or detail. He was unable to make an identification. We then showed him photographs of all police officers, retired or otherwise. He failed to identify any of them as Williams. We showed him photographs of all civilian employees of the department. Again, no identification. He was unable to find anyone who even closely resembled the extortionist. Not satisfied with this, the prisoner was shown photographs of all law enforcement agencies' personnel in the area. The same results. No identification. 4:18 p.m. While Reiner and Phillips continued checking on their end, we returned the prisoner to the main jail, and then Frank and I drove out to see his wife, Mrs. Mildred Lawrence. We located her at Lawrence's place of business, a small pet shop just off Wilshire Boulevard.
What is it this time? Haven't we got enough trouble? What do you want now?
We just got through talking to your husband, ma'am. A few things we'd like to clear up. Like to talk to you a few minutes if we could.
You talked to Harry? How is he?
He's all right, ma'am. We've been with him all day. We're still looking into the case.
Why can't you let him alone? He admitted what he was doing. He wasn't lying. He told you everything.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate that.
And why don't you let him alone? Let me alone. Trouble. That's all we've had. Sickness and trouble. No end of it.
Well, we realize that, Ms. Lawrence. We don't like to bother you, but there's something we have to straighten out here.
I haven't anything to tell you. I'm busy. Left alone here to run the store. No help. I'm sick. Shouldn't even be down here. Let us alone. Let me alone. Harry was wrong. He'll pay for it. We're not asking you for anything.
We're asking you for something, ma'am. We'd like you to help us.
Help you? Why? Policeman all our life. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but trouble. Reason for all our trouble.
Well, that's what we'd like to talk to you about, ma'am.
I haven't anything to say, I told you. I'm a sick woman. Got a lot of work to do. You mind stepping aside there? Got this whole bin of dog food to package up. Can't just stand around and talk. Poor little pups have to be fed. Haven't even cleaned their litter yet.
We appreciate how you feel, Ms. Lawrence. We won't take up too much of your time. Can't you give us just a few minutes,
Now,
please?
you listen to me. I've tried to be nice to you. I've got no reason to either. I could tell you a lot of things about policemen, things you wouldn't want to listen to. You think you're so smart. Maybe Harry was doing wrong, but he's not the only one. I could tell you plenty if I wanted.
Well, that's what we're here for, ma'am. We told you we were with your husband all day.
Then why don't you let me alone? Talked to one cop already today. I told him to stay away, and you do the same. I told him just what I thought of him. Low-down thief.
Who was this policeman you talked to today?
You know who he is. He was the same place with you. You big, honest policeman. You never do anything wrong. That Ray Williams ought to be in jail just like Harry is.
Ray Williams. Is that the man who was here today?
That's what I said, wasn't it? Now, will you get out of here?
Now, look, Ms. Lawrence, just a minute, please. We talked to your husband, and he told us all about this man, Williams.
And why don't you do something about it? Go get him and put him in jail, just like you did Harry.
That's what we're trying to do, if you'll just help us. Williams isn't a policeman.
What do you mean?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we've been trying to tell you. We talked to your husband. He told us the whole story.
How can you tell? How do you know he's not a policeman?
He's not, ma'am. We're sure of that.
Harry said he was. Showed Harry his badge.
Well, that doesn't make him a policeman, ma'am. We had your husband look at pictures of every officer in this area. He convinced himself that Williams isn't a policeman.
Well, if he isn't a policeman, who is he?
That's what we want to find out. Will you help us? Mrs. Lawrence?
You'll have to excuse me. I didn't mean to be nasty. Just that I've been sick. All this trouble, Harry in jail.
Yes, ma'am, we understand that. Now, you say Williams was here today. About what time was that?
It was before lunch, about 11:30, quarter to 12, I think. He came here to get money. That's what he always came for.
Did he say he'd be back?
No, I told him never to come back. Told him Harry was in jail. All the money we gave him, what good did it do? Said I'd go to the city hall if he ever came back.
What'd he say to that?
He said Harry had to expect an arrest now and then. I told him Harry wasn't going to get arrested anymore. He was through with all that junk. People like him, too.
Uh-huh.
And then he swore at me. Called me some real nasty names. Told me I'd better keep my mouth shut or I'd get worse than Harry did. Then he went out and slammed the door.
Was he driving a car? Did you notice?
No, I never saw him in one.
Is there anything you know about Williams at all? I mean, anything that would help us locate him, maybe?
No, I don't think so. All I know is he said he was a policeman. His name was Ray Williams. Couldn't Harry tell you anything? Maybe he knows.
No, ma'am, he couldn't tell us, ma'am.
Oh, excuse me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Lawrence's pet shop. Yes? What's that? Oh, what? Hello? He hung up.
Ma'am?
It was Ray Williams. Said he just drove by here. He saw us.
What do you want?
Said he saw me talking to you. He knows you're a policeman. Told me to keep my mouth shut. Said if I don't, he's coming back.
Yeah?
He said he'd kill me.
Before we left, we called in and arranged for a 24-hour stakeout on Lawrence's pet shop and also on the Lawrence home. Until the suspect was apprehended, she would be given a 24-hour protection. The next day, we picked up Mrs. Lawrence and brought her downtown to the City Hall, room 23. We went through the same procedure with her as we had with her husband. Like her husband, she was unable to identify any of the photographs of police officers in the area. In addition to the personnel photographs, Mrs. Lawrence also went through a group of pictures which Sergeants Reiner and Phillips came up with. They'd had a run made through the staff's office on all known extortionists using the same M.O. Williams used, posing as a police officer. From this group, both Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence gave us two partial identifications. Both men were picked up, questioned, and eliminated. Meantime, we'd gotten out a local broadcast, and a teletype was sent to George Brereton, CII Sacramento, asking for assistance in identifying the extortion suspect. The investigation went on. 2 days passed. No leads on the suspect. In checking on other possible victims of the extortionist, Ray Williams, we drove to interview Myra Thomas, operator of a beauty shop out on Crenshaw. She was a tall, good-looking brunette in her early 30s.
This man we're looking for, Miss Thomas, Ray Williams, we understand he's a friend of yours.
Please, Sergeant, you've described the man to me. You told me his name. It doesn't mean a thing to me. I don't know him.
Well, then how'd he get your name, miss?
I'm sure I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Well, now, apparently the man knows you, or he knows about you.
I don't think I understand you. What makes you think this man Williams knows me?
We've already told you, ma'am. Mr. Lawrence says that when Ray Williams first approached him, he used your name as a means of introduction. Now, it's not a coincidence. I think you'll admit that.
Well, I just don't understand what it has to do with me. I know how you feel. I have an idea what you're thinking. I was in trouble once, that bookmaking thing. I learned my lesson, though. I'm through with that business.
We're not here about that old arrest, ma'am. We don't want to bother you. Just thought you might be able to help us locate Williams.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can.
Possibly might have been using another name, ma'am.
I still wouldn't know him. Description doesn't sound like anybody I ever knew.
You know the Lawrences pretty well, do you?
Yes, I wouldn't say pretty well, but I do know them.
Have you seen them lately, either one of them?
No, I haven't.
You haven't talked with Mrs. Lawrence the last couple of days?
No, why?
We thought Mrs. Lawrence might have told you what kind of a man this Ray Williams is.
What do you mean? What's so bad about posing as a policeman?
Well, it's more than that, ma'am. He telephoned Mrs. Lawrence, threatened her if she talked to the police about it.
What?
Yes, ma'am. He said he'd kill her.
Oh, no.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Couldn't be. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Do you know him that well?
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Because of its quality, Fatima is the one king-size cigarette that stands out. Here's the practical way to prove that yourself.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos, more and more smokers coast to coast are switching to Fatima every day.
Buy Fatima. Your money back plus postage if you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking.
Just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Add to your smoking enjoyment. Smoke king-size Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Get Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
The idea of an extortionist posing as a policeman to obtain money certainly was nothing new. The idea is as old as crime itself. It's one of the most vicious types of extortion in the eyes of law enforcement agencies because so many such cases go unreported to proper authorities by the victims. Usually, the victim is a person of circumstances with something to hide. The extortionist discovers the person's secret by one means or another, and he begins the never-ending process of draining the victim of his last dollar, all under the guise of being a police officer. If the victim's intelligent enough, at the first approach by the extortionist, he takes the matter to the proper authorities. If he isn't, and he's lucky enough eventually to escape the extortion trap, he goes on for the rest of his life believing that a man who was hired to protect him was the source of all his trouble. And for the rest of his life, he hangs on to his idea, and he passes it on to others, a complete disrespect for law and law enforcement officers. Saturday, October 22nd, 2:15 p.m. Frank Smith and I continued questioning the beauty shop operator, Myra Thomas. The more we talked with her, the more we were convinced that she was acquainted with the suspect, Ray Williams. In order to convince her of the suspect's viciousness, we drove her over to see Mrs. Lawrence at the pet shop. After their talk, we drove Myra Thomas back to the beauty shop, and she told us the story.
Guess I have to admit it. He certainly had me fooled. I thought he was a policeman.
You say he showed you his identification, ma'am. I mean, when he first approached you.
Yes, he showed me a badge. It looked authentic to me. The way he talked, the things he said. I thought he was a policeman. I really did.
Now, you've heard our end of the story, Miss Thomas. You've talked to Mrs. Lawrence. Are you willing to help us now?
It won't get around, will it? Won't be in the newspapers?
They won't get it from us, no.
You won't tell my husband, will you? He doesn't have to know all about this.
No, ma'am. Not unless you want him to.
Well, I don't. We're not getting along too well as it is. Williams is the trouble, too. Guess I should have told you when you first asked me.
What's that, miss?
Just like the Lawrences, I was paying him off, too. A lot longer than the Lawrences. Every week I paid him, and I couldn't tell anyone. Couldn't even tell my husband.
What's that, ma'am?
Guess I thought I was smart. The bookmaking thing, I mean. Started taking a few bets from the girls in the shop, just small ones. I didn't mean anything by it. And Miss Williams came in one day. Said his girlfriend made a bet with me, and he wanted to place one, too.
Mm-hmm. Did you take it?
Yes, like I told you, I thought I was smart. As soon as I took the bet, he showed me the badge, told me he was a police officer. That's when it started. Same thing, just like the Lawrences.
How about after you were arrested, Miss Thomas? What happened with Williams then?
Oh, after I got it settled, Williams came back to the shop again. I told him then I was through with the horses. Wouldn't have anything to do with it again. After that, I didn't see him for a while. Sure was glad.
You've seen him since? You know where we can locate him now?
Oh, no, I don't. I have seen him since, though. You promised me my husband won't know about this. You give me your word.
Miss Thomas, if you don't want your husband to know about this, it's your business. He'll never hear it from us.
It's got to be that way, believe me. I love my husband. Ray Williams has caused us nothing but trouble. Can't tell you the worry he's caused me. I mean, besides all the money I paid him, too.
You mean you're still paying him?
Yes, that's right. Every week. You don't know how low that man is. I can't begin to tell you. I thought he was a policeman.
Well, why are you still paying him off, ma'am? You mind telling us that?
No, I guess I don't mind. I've gone this far.
All right.
It was while my husband and I were separated. We had a fight. We were separated. Started going out on dates. Nothing serious. One night I was out with a fella from out of town. Nice fella. This Ray Williams saw me and the fella sitting in the car. Parking lot right in back of the bar. We were necking. Williams come by and he knew that I saw him.
I see.
Wasn't anything wrong, really. I love my husband. He wouldn't understand about the fella that night, though. I mean, if Williams ever told him.
That's what he's been holding over your head, has he?
Yes, it's more than a year now. I've paid him every week. I'll tell you the truth, Sergeant. I can't go on much longer. I can't.
Well, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Just help us locate the man. That's all you have to do now.
Well, I don't know where he lives, but I know he's going to contact me. He always does.
And that's what we'd like to know. How does he contact you?
He phones usually once a week, maybe every other week. Calls me and tells me to meet him someplace and bring the money, $50 every week.
You have a regular time that he calls you?
No, almost any time. It's never the same day, never the same place I meet him. I haven't heard from him in over a week now. He should be calling pretty soon, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Usually call here, or does he phone you at home?
Both places. He seems to know where to reach me. I don't know what I'm going to do this time. I just don't know.
Ma'am?
I haven't got the money for him. I'm broke. $4 or $5, that's all I have.
Well, don't worry about it.
But he's going to want his payoff. You know that. What am I going to do?
This time it's on us. Before we left Myra Thomas at the beauty shop, we had a definite understanding that as soon as she heard from the extortionist, Ray Williams, she was to call us immediately, any time of the day or night. Then we called the office and made arrangements for stakeouts to be placed both at the beauty shop and at Myra Thomas's home in case Williams decided to contact her in person. The Thomas woman was given a plain envelope containing $50 in marked bills, which she was to hand over to the suspect the next time he demanded his regular payoff. 2 days went by. Tuesday, October 25th. No word on the suspect. Thursday, the 27th. Still no word. Saturday morning, October 29th.
I got it.
Right.
Vice detail, Smith. How's that? Oh, yeah. I see. Hold on, huh? Pencil, Joe?
Yeah, here you go.
What was that place again? Okay. The time? Yeah, surely. In about half an hour. Yes, ma'am. We'll be there. Goodbye.
What do you got, Frank? Anything?
Yeah, Myra Thomas.
Yeah?
He wants to see us. I told her we'd be over in about half an hour.
What's the deal?
Williams called her. He wants his money.
11:15 a.m. Frank and I got in the car and drove out to see Myra Thomas at her apartment. She told us that the suspect, Ray Williams, had telephoned her shortly before 11 o'clock that morning and set up a date to meet her for his regular payoff at 10 o'clock that night. The designated meeting place was a small nightclub out on Santa Monica Boulevard. The Thomas woman was to meet Williams at the bar. We told her to get there a few minutes ahead of time, and if she happened to spot Frank and I in the nightclub, she was to give no sign of recognition. As far as the actual payoff was concerned, we instructed her to hand over the envelope containing the money to the suspect when he demanded it, without any argument. Shortly after 9 o'clock that night, Frank and I entered the nightclub and got a table directly adjoining the bar. It was a modernistic affair, lighted from below with a blue fluorescent lamp. A 4-piece orchestra was playing at the rear of the place. Nobody was dancing. Only a few of the tables were occupied, but the bar was doing a good business. We waited. 9:30, 9:45. We spotted Myra Thomas as she entered the club. She went to the far end of the bar, sat down on one of the stools, and ordered a highball. 9:50, 10 p.m. We kept waiting. 10:15, 10:30. Still no sign of the suspect. We watched Myra Thomas order another highball.
Getting late, Joe.
Yeah, what time you got?
25 to 11. Joe, just came in, coming this way, gray suit.
Yeah,
What do you think?
Well, the description fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, must be. Going up to Miss Thomas, talking to her.
All right.
He's got the envelope.
All right, just a minute. Let's give him room.
He's leaving. Going for the front door. What do you say?
All right, let's go.
Not wasting any time.
Come on, let's hurry. Down the street. Come on.
All right, mister, hold it.
What's the matter? What do you want?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Me? What about? What's the matter?
You got your identification?
Well, sure, right here. What do you want?
We'd like to look at it.
Oh, sure, here you are. Oh, excuse me.
That's your badge?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Where'd you get that phony badge?
Friend of mine? Why, what's the matter?
What do you got in your right-hand pocket?
Nothing, just an envelope. Why?
Is there money in that envelope?
What'd you say?
I said, is there any money in that envelope? Currency.
Yeah, I think so. Why? What's the difference?
You know the serial numbers on the bills in that envelope?
Look, I don't know what you mean, serial numbers on the money. What are you getting at?
You got 7 pieces of paper money in that envelope. 3 $10 bills and 4 5s.
Yeah, what about it?
Extortion, mister. You know the pitch. Now, come on, let's go.
Now, hold it. Wait a minute. Let's get this straight, huh? So I got an envelope in my pocket, ordinary envelope. That's supposed to make me a criminal?
No, no more than that badge makes you a cop. Come on.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, our sales records show that more and more smokers every day are switching to king-size Fatima. Now, this makes us feel especially good because it backs up what we've been telling you, that Fatima gives you more for your money. No other king-size cigarette can match Fatima quality. When you buy your first pack and compare them with the cigarette you've been smoking, you'll notice Fatimas do have a better flavor and aroma, and you'll like their extra mild and soothing smoke. Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Raymond Edward Williams was tried and convicted of extortion 1 count and impersonating an officer 1 count. He received sentences as prescribed by law and is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. Extortion is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. Impersonation of an officer is punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment for not more than 1 year or by both such fine and imprisonment.
Friends, sometime during the next 2 weeks, you'll be asked to buy a poppy in memory of those who fought to keep freedom alive. Give generously when you're asked, and wear your poppy proudly.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, Vic Rodman, June Whitley. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King-size Fatima, made by the same people who make popular Chesterfield cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy next on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars, attention all Yuma County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 133. Missing person report. Jack Hayden and Ralph Hart, prospectors, are missing from their ranch near Baus. That's all. Tonight's crime occurred in Arizona, that land of wide open spaces, of long desert roads. Law enforcement officers covered great distances in their cars, so the gasoline they use must consistently produce greater mileage. Speed and power, too, are important. From the Sheriff's Office of Maricopa County, the largest county in Arizona, comes this statement.
We've tried a lot of different gasolines. Last year, we decided Rio Grande Cracked was the gasoline that gave us the greatest mileage. So, we specified it exclusively for all Maricopa County emergency cars. A year's use proved that Rio Grande Cracked was not only the most economical gasoline we could buy, it was also faster and more powerful. So this year we've renewed our contract.
So, in Arizona's largest county, wherein reside approximately half the population of that great state, we find convincing evidence that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline is more economical per mile. And in the congested traffic of big cities like Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, we find police and emergency cars using Rio Grande Cracked because it is the fastest, most powerful gasoline money can buy. Every motorist who will make a test will discover the reason why Rio Grande Cracked powers more emergency cars wherever it is sold than any other brand. It is because Rio Grande Cracked never fails to give smoother, faster, and more miles for your money. Now it is our great pleasure to welcome to Calling All Cars Sheriff T.H. Newman of Yuma County, Arizona. Sheriff Newman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored that tonight the Yuma County Sheriff's Office joins the distinguished list of law enforcement bodies to exploit have been selected by Calling All Cars for radio demonstration. The territory which we patrol in Yuma County is indeed the rugged, but not quite so wild west. We're equipped with the most modern type of law enforcement equipment: fast cars, teletype, record bureau, and so on. But when we encounter a crime such as the one about which you will hear in a moment, then it is the backcountry work, and doesn't differ much from the kind of work the gun-toting sheriffs of the old days were called upon to perform. It isn't strange, however, that crimes such as this are encountered by Eastern criminals who will think they can hop in a car or on a horse or in an automobile and disappear over the hills, just as they have seen in the movies. This is no longer so, for we have automobiles too. And there is the telephone and the telegraph, speeding the message of their crime faster than they can travel. They are playing a sucker's game, just as those boys did. No matter how rugged the country or how remote the spot, the criminal leaves a trail, and the law is sworn to follow it. In the end, the criminal is bound to lose.
January 1933. On a cold winter's afternoon, 3 men sit in a hall bedroom in a midtown rooming house in New York City. They are cheap tenderloin sports, members of the legion of drifters which line Broadway's curbs, believers in the creed that only saps work. For today is too cold and slushy to ogle the ankles of courtesans in front of the Oscar. So they sit wasting the commodity of which they have an abundance, time. On the ice-strewn bed, Dan Connell and Bill Doughty play a listless game of double solitaire while Lou Douglas idly scans the morning paper in the failing afternoon light. Suddenly, his eyes fall upon an item tucked away in the financial section. He snaps out of his lethargy with a jerk.
Hey, you guys, get a load of this. What? Piece in the paper here.
I read that paper. There ain't nothing in it.
Oh, yes, there is. Listen to this. The Consolidated Quartz Corporation of America announced yesterday the purchase of the Good Hope gold mine from Jack Hayden, hard rock miner who first prospected the property 15 years ago. The Good Hope is located in Yuma County, Arizona, near Baus.
Whatever. Come on, Bill. Keep your mind on the game.
Wait a minute, you mugs. This is more important than that card game. I know this guy, Hayden, see? Remember when I was out in Arizona a couple of years ago? Well, I worked for him then. I repeat, whatever. Just this. Hayden told me that the mine was producing enough to give him a living. And just as soon as he hit the real pay dirt, he was going to sell out and quit.
Well, he's hit pay dirt and he's sold out. So what?
This. Hayden's a funny old bird with a lot of screwy ideas. And the screwiest idea he has is this. He don't trust banks.
Of course I don't trust banks. I don't trust nobody with my money. I want it around where I can keep an eye on it, Ralph.
Hey, where'd you ever get so sour on banks? Ever since we started mining together more than 10 years ago, you had an unholy terror of banks. I don't understand you, Jack. Never had no trouble with banks myself.
Well, I read the papers. I know what these high finance sharks do with other people's money. They swindle you, that's what they do. And what can you do about it? Nothing.
Ah, quit talking. Have another cup of coffee.
Well, all right. Yes, guess I will.
I got to say one thing. 10 years we've been living in this cabin out here in the desert, and I don't know yet where you keep your money hid.
And you never will. It ain't safe to trust no one, not even an old friend like you when it comes to money.
Well, all right, have it your own way. Wherever you hide it, it's safer than it would be in a bank. You hide it so darn good.
Hey, listen, Ralph. What's that?
Huh? What?
I thought I heard a car coming.
Yeah, it does sound like it.
Well, why don't you open the door and see who it is, well, don't you?
You expecting someone?
No, I ain't expecting no one. Well, who is it?
You can't tell. Strangers, I think. Hello there. Hello. Guess you don't remember me, Lou Douglas? Lou Douglas? Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Hey, Jack, it's Douglas.
Douglas? Douglas who?
Hello, Jack. Where's your memory? Don't you remember back a few years I was here?
Lou! Well, what in the world are you doing out here?
I want you to meet a couple of friends of mine, engineers from Consolidated Quartz. This is Mr. Hayden and Mr. Hart, Mr. Dowdy. And this is Dan O'Connell, Mr. Hayden and Mr. Hart. Mr. Dowdy and Dan here want to look over the Good Hope mine. Their firm sent them out to make a few preliminary assays before they start production.
Well, I'm glad to have visitors. We don't see many people out this way. Come on in, sit down.
Thanks.
Not much of a place, but I think you can find a place to sit. If you don't mind hard chairs.
Don't worry about these fellas, Hayden. They're regular. How about it, fellas?
Yeah, sure. How long you figuring on staying around, Mr. Dowdy?
Oh, just as long as it takes us to make our investigations and such. Shouldn't be very long.
You knew I didn't own the mine anymore, didn't you, Lou?
I heard something about your having sold out. Must have hit it at last, eh?
Yep, did. Hit pay dirt and turned right around and sold out. Save all the trouble of working the mine myself.
You got a good price for it, Mr. Hayden?
Sure. Think I would have sold it if I hadn't? Of course I got a good price for it.
I suppose you've invested your money by now. Got all over those silly ideas of yours about banks and things you used to talk about.
Silly ideas? Silly, I say what's silly about them. Say, if you come out here to sell me something, you might as well get over the idea. I ain't in the market for nothing.
We don't want to sell anything. Just wondering what you've done with all your ideas, that's all.
Well, you can't never tell. You might have tried to sell me something.
Say, not to change the subject or anything, but where does one sleep around here? Is there a hotel or anything near?
A hotel? That's a good one. Nearest hotel is in Bow City, and that's 30 miles back the road.
Mr. Dowdy isn't used to the great outdoors. That is in this part of the world. I still want to know where we bunk.
Well, if you don't mind being a little cramped, I imagine you can all put up here with us for a while.
We don't want to put you to any trouble. Of course, we have a store of foodstuffs, plenty to eat.
Well, ain't no trouble at all. Be glad of the company, too. And I won't have to fight with Hart all day.
And that'll be all right with me, too.
If you're sure it won't be too much trouble, it'd be a great help.
No trouble at all.
Well, if that's the case, what do you say we unload the car, boys? We can get a good night's sleep tonight and plan on starting for the mine early in the morning. It shouldn't take us long to get what we want. No, Willard. I don't think our job will be hard at all. Not hard at all.
Well pleased with the success of their first step, the three men spend the early part of the evening talking of the mine, of Hayden's luck in hitting it rich, eagerly hanging on every word the old prospector says in hopes of locating his money cache. But although Hayden is willing to talk about his success, he is careful not to make any mention of what he has done with the money. At last, weary from the day's travel, they are making preparations for bed when Hayden's nearest neighbor, Tom Douglas, returning from Val City and seeing the lights in the cabin, stops in to say hello.
Well, hello, Tom. What are you doing touring around this late at night?
Well, I was coming in from the city and I saw the lights in that car out there, so I thought I'd stop and see what's going on.
Yeah.
You got guests?
Yep. Come on in and meet him. Fellow used to work for me and a couple of mining engineers. Claim they want to look the old mine over.
I guess they're the same ones I passed on the road this afternoon. I was wondering who they were.
Well, come on in, shut the door. It's getting cold. Hello, this here is Tom Douglas. Leaves down the road a piece. This is Mr. Douglas from New York.
How do you?
You know Hart and these two gents here, Dan O'Connell, Mr. Willard Dowdy, also New York.
Howdy. You live around here long, Mr. Douglas? Oh, quite a while. Must be familiar with the Good Hope mine, then. Know every inch of it besides. Good. I was thinking that maybe if somebody went along with us tomorrow, it would speed matters up. Of course, we were anxious to get our report and get back to New York. Maybe you could go with us in the morning, huh? Well, I suppose it could if it would help any. Oh, it would. It'd be a great help.
And the following morning, true to his promise, Douglas shows up at the Hayden shack and, picking the three men up, starts for the mine a few miles distant. Douglas makes a trip through the mine as fast as possible, picks up a few samples of ore, and throwing all the samples into one big bag, returns to Hayden. Once there, Douglas makes the excuse of talking to Hayden alone, and Douglas leaves them, saying that he will return in the morning. And once he has left, Douglas calls his two cronies aside and explains his sudden hurry.
I'm not sure, but I think that old coot Douglas suspects something. I didn't like the way he looked at me.
So what?
So we've got to find that dough and get out of here. You find out anything from Douglas worth knowing? No. He says that Hayden hasn't got any dough, but I know different. The only thing that's bad is that we don't know where it is, and I don't think Hayden's liable to tell us. Yeah. What do we do? Tonight, after he and Hart have turned in, we'll do a little snooping. If it's in the house, maybe we can find it. And if we don't, then we stick around until we do.
But that night goes by and the men find nothing. A day passes, 2 days, a week, and Douglas is frantic. Hayden and Hart are beginning to wonder why they don't leave, and Douglas realizes that the only way to find the money is to get the two of them away from the place long enough for a fair search. But how to do this? Then one night, just as Douglas is about to give up, old Tom Douglas stops in to say that he's going to Balf himself. Hayden gives Douglas a list, thanks him, and says he'll be home in the morning if there's anything else. And the following morning, Douglas starts off for the city. But as he's about to pass the Hayden house, he notices an air of desertion about the place. The car is gone and the front door is locked. On closer investigation, he finds that Hayden's dog is locked inside the house, a fact that disturbs Douglas. His suspicions aroused, he returns to his car, drives to Balf's, and reports to Constable Joe Cavanaugh of the Balf City Sheriff's Office.
And you say that he never locks the dog in the house when he leaves?
No, sir. He's got a long line out in front. He always ties the dog out there. And that ain't all. I couldn't find a note on his door, and he always leaves a note. A habit he's never missed doing.
What about these three men you mentioned? You know anything about them?
Nothing more than I told you. Only I didn't trust any of them. And they didn't seem like mining engineers to me.
Well, there's a chance that they might have all gone up the mine, of course. Tell you what you do. If you find the same condition when you get back there tonight, drive up to the Swampsea mine and pull in. I'll get a couple of men and come out.
Ain't going to no mine. I know it. I know good and well something's happened over there, and I don't like it.
Well, you call me if you need me, and I'll come out. Meantime, there's nothing more to do.
All right, Constable, I'll go back now. But you stick around here. I got a hunch you'll hear from me sooner than you expect.
And that night, the phone in Constable Cavanaugh's office suddenly jangles, and the voice of Tom Douglas informs him that there's still no sign of anyone at the Hayden house. Telling Douglas to go back to his place, Cavanaugh immediately wires Sheriff J.C. Hunter in Yuma and notifies him of the development. The sheriff replies that deputies Jack Livingston and Bob Cowie are on their way to Balf. Next morning, when Livingston and Cowie arrive, Cavanaugh gives them the rough details of the case as they drive out to Hayden's ranch. Arriving, they find the place deserted. With the exception of the whines from the dog inside the house, there is no sign of any living thing. After picking up Douglas at his house, The three officers return and begin the search for Hart and Hayden.
I guess the best thing to do is try and get in the house. They might be in there.
Well, if they are, it's a cinch they're dead. They would have heard us pounding on the door.
There's a screen window around on the side. Let's go on in that way.
Right.
Yeah, here it is. I guess this knife of mine will do the trick.
You can stand on this box and reach it, I think.
Yeah, that's it. Now. Yeah, that did it. Now, if you can give me a boost, I'll go through.
Hey, wait a minute, Joe. I'm smaller than you are. Let me go in.
Maybe that would be better. I don't want to get stuck in there.
All right, come on. Give me a boost, will you? All right. Okay. I'll take a rope and let you know what's what.
I can't make much sense out of all this, Constable. Looks like a wild goose chase to me.
Well, we'll know in a minute. Find anything, Corey?
Don't find any bodies. Just a foot here. Hey, wait a minute.
What's up?
Hey, looks like there's been a pretty solid job of searching down in here. Everything's been shoved around. Drawers all over.
Well, that puts a different light on things. Cowie, see if you can unlock the front door from inside. I want to take a look myself.
When Livingston and Cavanaugh enter the house, they find chaos. Strewn all over the front room floor are letters, empty drawers, pieces of clothing with the lining ripped out. Dugas, eager to be of assistance, checks over Hayden's personal things. Finds that Hayden's shotgun, his .44 six-shooter, his overcoat and his hat are not to be found. Gathering his men about him, Deputy Sheriff Livingston analyzes the situation.
Boys, it's easy to see that we're up against something pretty serious. There's nothing much we can do until we produce the bodies of Hayden and Hart, or, better yet, the fellows who did it. Cowie, you and Cavanaugh might take a look around the grounds to see what you can pick up. I want to get a few more things straightened out here with Dugas. If you find anything, let me know.
All right, Sheriff. Come on, Corey. Let's get going. Okay.
Now, Dugas, you can help me a lot. First of all, where did Hayden usually leave the notes you speak of when he left? Up on that piece of tin hanging there on the front porch. Come on, I'll show you. You know, he never went away without leaving one, Sheriff. And that's what made me think that there was something funny in the first place. Well, from the looks of things, your suspicions were right. I'm afraid there's plenty wrong here.
Yeah.
Here you are. See, here on this nail?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look behind this tin here. Maybe a note could have slipped out. Ah, there's a piece of paper.
A note?
Yeah. Let's see what it says. Gone to South. Home tomorrow, maybe. That's signed Hayden.
That ain't from Hayden.
No?
No. I know it ain't. Because he wouldn't say maybe. He was always sure about what he was going to do and when he was going to do it. Anyway, that ain't his right.
Well, I guess that cinches it. The house searched, both men missing, and a forged note. Pretty conclusive evidence.
What are you going to do about it, Sheriff?
We'll go back to Bouse and send some telegrams. Meantime, I'll get Cowie to look for tire tracks from the car you say these fellows had.
Working against time, realizing that every second counts, Livingston leaves Cowie to check tire tracks while he, Cavanaugh, and Dugas hurry back to Bouse. There to send out a telegraph description of the car and the three fugitives. This done, he drives on to Yuma to make his report, leaving Dugas in the company of another deputy, George Cartwright, to return to the Hayden house to carry on the search. The next day at the deserted shack, the two men start a minute inspection of the ground.
If those dirty bums wanted to get rid of a couple of bodies, it strikes me they'd bury them somewhere. And if they did that, well, there's bound to be some signs of it.
Yeah, all we got to do is find those signs. Quite a job with 1,000 square miles of desert and mountains to hide them in.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look over there.
Say, come on. The mound's freshly turned dirt.
You think it?
Come on, we'll get a shovel and start digging. If it's what I think it is, we won't have to look any further.
And a few minutes later, a shovel, wielded by Cartwright, hits something in the soft earth. A little more digging, and the body of Jack Hayden, the missing prospector, lies before the two men, a shotgun wound in the back of his head. Looking around, Cartwright finds another patch of fresh dirt. Unmistakably, the final resting place of Hayden's partner, Ralph Hart. The corpus delicti has been established, but the murderers are still missing. Cartwright and Dugas rush to Bouse and excitedly tell Constable Cavanaugh of their discovery. who in turn wires Sheriff Hunter in Yuma and asks that men be sent out at once to hold an autopsy and carry on the investigation. Within 12 hours, under Sheriff Ingalls, in company with Deputies Livingston, Robinson, and Dr. Reese, Yuma County physicians, arrive in Dallas, pick up Kavanaugh, and proceed to the scene of the murder. An autopsy of the body discloses that both Hayden and Hart died of gunshot wounds. Hayden by a blast in the back of the head, Hart by 2 rounds, one in the right shoulder blade and one in the mouth. Next day, Livingston reports to the sheriff in Yuma.
Well, what's the first thing? I'm not just sure, but I've got a mighty good idea that those 3 fellows will try to peddle the guns they stole from Hayden the first chance they get. Now, obviously, our first move is to notify all establishments in the state that might buy guns. Tell them to be on the lookout for anything answering the description of the missing one. You'd better get on that right away, Ingalls.
Right.
I'm hoping to get some answers from the description that I sent out of the getaway car. The Finch, they couldn't have had time to get very far before the description was out.
If they try to get out of the state in that car, we'll have them.
Yeah. If they don't ditch the car and steal another one, that's what I'm afraid of. Wait a minute. I'll see what this is. Hello?
This is Deputy Jordan, Phoenix Sheriff's Office.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's up, Joseph?
Just received word from a fellow here in Phoenix. They bought the Chevrolet Roadsters with guns from 3 men answering your description on that Hayden case.
Good. You got this fellow there?
Yes. Name's Devin. Said he knows where these guys were heading for.
Oh, what a break. Go on, Georges. I'm listening.
I heard him saying something about running the cash for bus tickets. He's pretty sure he heard them mention Tucson.
Great. See if you can dig up anything else on it, and I'll get in touch with Tucson immediately. If they did go there, we'll undoubtedly be able to find someone who saw them.
I'll check with you later.
Swell, and thanks a million, Georges. This is a real help.
Okay,
Goodbye.
With lightning-like speed, Sheriff Livingston checks with Tucson police. Receives word that 3 men answering the description had left the bus at Tucson and transferred to a stage bound for New York City. On the strength of this news, the New York police are notified and requested to be on the lookout for the killers. And 3 days later, a telegraph message flashes 3,000 miles across the continent to Sheriff Hunter, Yuma, Arizona.
Have 2 of 3 suspects in custody. Admit to names Dowdy and O'Connell. 3rd suspect's whereabouts unknown. Can you find address Douglas's wife here? If so, please notify us. Chief of Police, New York City.
Chief of Police, New York City. Have located Lou Douglas's brother. Says last known address, Mrs. Douglas, 58 East 125th Street, New York City. Appreciate your cooperation. Signed, Sheriff Hunter, Yuma, Arizona.
And in response to this message, Detective Maloney of the New York Detective Force, in company with 2 officers, stop outside the door of a room at 58 East 125th Street, New York.
We don't want to take any chance with this lad if he's still here. I'll go in first, and if he starts anything, let him have it.
Right.
Okay, here goes.
Yeah?
Is Mr. Lou Douglas living here?
What's it to you?
Well, nothing much. I just wanted to have a little talk with him if he was around, that's all.
Well, he don't live there anymore, so you might as well scram.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, stop that gun, Douglas. Stop it, I say. Here's a nice pair of bracelets for you. That's better now. So you thought you'd let us have a slug or 2, eh, Douglas?
What's this all about anyway? I haven't done nothing, and my name's not Douglas.
I know. Your name's John Smith, and you want to see your attorney. All right, boys. Let's take Mr. Smith for a little tour of the tombs.
Once lodged in the city jail, the man denies any knowledge of the crime, denies he is Lou Douglas, denies everything, but he is quickly identified. And when confronted with the proof, admits he is Douglas, but claims he is innocent of any crime. Notified of his arrest, Sheriff Hunter obtains extradition papers, proceeds at once to New York, and with the 3 men in his custody returns to the Yuma County Jail. They are placed in separate cells and not allowed to communicate with one another. And it is while they are locked in their individual cells that they make the biggest mistake, a mistake that brings a trustee to Sheriff Hunter's office with news.
What is it, Neil?
I thought you'd want to see this note, Sheriff.
Note?
Yes, sir. It's from one of those 3 fellows mixed up in that Hayden murder.
Oh, all right, let me have it.
Yes, sir.
From Douglas, huh? He says, say, Bill, you must say at the trial that I acted awfully crazy on the day of the murder. I will do all I can for you. And it's signed Lou. Very interesting. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if this little piece of paper wouldn't hang
the morning of September 18th, 1933, Lou Douglas, Willard Doughty, and Dan O'Connell faced the angry mob in the crowded Yuma courtroom to stand trial on a murder charge. As a result of the incriminating note he had written, Douglas changes his plea to guilty, but claims he acted in self-defense. However, the jurors are not swayed by this resort, and on the 5th day of October, less than a month after the trial had begun...
Lou Douglas, you have been found guilty of first-degree murder. Have you anything to say before I sentence you?
It was self-defense.
Lou Douglas, after hearing the evidence offered in this case, it is the belief of this court that you are guilty of deliberately murdering 2 men. Therefore, it's my duty to sentence you to be executed in the lethal chamber at the state prison in Florence. And may God have mercy on your soul.
No, Judge, it ain't right. You can't gas me. You can't do it.
Remove the prisoner, bailiff.
I didn't do it. It was self-defense. You can't gas a guy for that. It ain't right.
Willard Doughty and Dan O'Connell, you have been found guilty of murder in the 2nd degree. Do you wish to make any statement before this court passes sentence on you?
No, sir.
No. Very well. Because of certain evidence submitted that shows that you, O'Connell, were the least guilty of this crime, I sentence you to 5 years in the Florence Penitentiary. And may this serve to teach you the futility of trying to break the law. Willard Doughty, I'm going to be more severe with you. You're a menace to society and deserve worse than I can give you. However, it is the sentence of this court that you shall spend the next 25 years of your life in confinement at Florence Penitentiary.
Arizona leads all the states in per capita consumption of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Arizonians have learned that Rio Grande's patented cracking process produces a gasoline that gives greater power, speed, and mileage than other brands selling at the same price. And in driving their engines at high speeds over long distances in desert heat, Arizonians have learned that there is one motor oil which never breaks down. That's Sinclair motor oil. And you can get it in tamper-proof cans wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Because all wax and petroleum jelly is extracted from Sinclair motor oils, they never get thin or watery at high speeds or blistering heat. Your car won't use so much oil when it runs on Sinclair because the parts that burn into carbon so easily are already removed. You get a really pure oil that never fails to give adequate lubrication. This month, we especially want everyone to go into a Rio Grande station and ask for a copy of the new double-size Calling All Cars News. You'll enjoy reading the true detective mysteries, the police, movie, and radio news. And every boy and girl will want to read about Rio Grande's junior police department and the 15 valuable free gifts. Ask for your free copy wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold.
Calling all cars, attention all Yuma County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation of broadcast 133. Suspects in this case now in the penitentiary. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
From the Longhorn Radio Network, Adventure and Mystery, classic series from radio's golden past. Presenting Clarence Brooks in The Secrets of Scotland Yard.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooks.
Most of the programs in this series have been casebook histories of that horrifying but strangely intriguing topic, murder. Now, these cases can be divided roughly into two categories, murder by poison and murder by violence. In the former method, poisoning, it seems that the murderer hopes that either the cause of death will be certified as from some other cause, or that if the poison be traced, then it will not be proved that he administered it. The other type of murder, violence, sets a very different problem. It is this: either the murderer must disappear, or the body must disappear, or both. Let us deal with the disposal of the body. How often has this been attempted, and how often has the attempt failed? Dr. Crippen, who bricked up the remains of his wife in a cellar. Arthur Alfred Rouse, who burnt his victim in a motor car. Harry Dobkin, who buried his wife in a bombed-out Baptist chapel. The farmer who buried his girlfriend in a chicken run. The trunk murders. I could go on indefinitely. To some, the burying or hiding is enough. But others, the more calculating and ingenious, resort to more horrifying acts. The mutilation of the victim in the hope that even if discovered, no means of identification will remain. Such is the case we are discussing today, and such is the case we can justly call murder most foul. November the 2nd, 1917, Regent Square, Bloomsbury, London. A street scavenger known to his friends as Jack the Sweeper, no relation to Jack the Ripper, is going about his usual business of sweeping up the leaves and debris of a London square when he comes across a parcel wrapped in sacking just inside the railings of the gardens.
Hello, what's this? Somebody left some old clothes here or something, eh? Let's have a look. What is all?
Yes, of course, you are right. Not just a body, part of a body. Headless, legless, and handless. The body, or its remains, was covered with delicate underclothing of lace and blue ribbon and was wrapped in a sheet. There was also a torn piece of brown paper on which had been scrawled B-L-O-D-I-E B-E-L-G-I-U-M. Bloody Belgium.
Have you found anything else, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. A search was made in the vicinity immediately after the discovery. And a little distance away, in another part of the garden, we found the legs of the victim wrapped in paper. Dr. Spilsbury is taking a look at those now.
Good. If there's one man in London who may help us, it's Dr. Bernard Spilsbury.
Even in those days, the name of young Dr. Bernard Spilsbury had earned the respect and admiration of Scotland Yard. Spilsbury, a hard-working pathologist, had devoted his career and life towards the study of the medical aspect of crime. The problem put to him in this case was one of the most difficult in his professional career.
I'm afraid there's no hope of positive identification of the victim until the missing head can be found. It is, of course, a woman, but I think if you can give me a little more time, I may be able to help you with some more information. I'm going back to my laboratory now, and I'll be in touch with you later in the day.
Very good, Dr. Spilsbury. Meantime, I'll do everything I can on my side. Of course, there wasn't much to work on except for that bit of paper. Bloody Belgium. I see it spelled B-L-O-D-I-E. I wonder what that means.
That remains to be seen.
Although World War I was at its height, London was horrified by the atrocious murder of this unknown woman. The scrawled message on the piece of paper naturally gave rise to the suggestion that the victim was a Belgian refugee. Meantime, the investigation, in the hands of Chief Inspector Frederick Wensley, one of the toughest, shrewdest, and most relentless detectives who ever served Scotland Yard, went forward.
There's no need for me to tell you, Sergeant. It's time which counts in this case. Every hour we waste in fruitless inquiries may give the criminal an additional chance to destroy evidence and cover up his tracks.
Yes, sir. What's your line going to be, sir?
I want every scrap of evidence that we found brought in here to the yard. We'll go over it piece by piece. I can't see that bloody Belgium message is going to help us much, but there may be something else. We'll only find out if we look for it.
And find it they did. A laundry mark reading 11H in red cotton lettering worked on the corner of a bedsheet which had been the dead woman's shroud. Chief Inspector Wensley immediately had instructions flashed to all London police divisions for inquiries to be made at every laundry in the London area and to ascertain the name of the customer whose belongings bore this identification mark, 11H.
That's to every London division for immediate inquiries to be made at every laundry in the London area. You've got the details, Sergeant. 11H.
Very good, sir. I'll push the message out straight away.
Within 24 hours, the laundry using this particular marking was traced, and our books reveal that the symbols 11H referred to a house in Munster Square, Regent's Park. This was the address of Madame Emilienne Gerard, a woman of 31, whose husband, a French chef, was serving with the army in France. Inspector Wensley immediately went round to the flat where he found the front door locked.
Now, give a knock, Sergeant.
No sound.
I don't like it. All right, Sergeant, we'll break the door down.
Very good, sir.
All right, I'll go first. Now, this is the place, all right.
There's been a fight in here, sir?
Apparently. All those bedclothes in the corner. Check them over, Sergeant, and see if they match with the sheet we have.
Looks like it, sir. And take a look at this counterpin, covered with blood.
Yes, I see.
And over here, sir, there's a bucket. It's full of water. It looks as though there's blood in it, too.
Yes. The murder may have been committed here. All the same, there are one or two things I don't quite understand. We'll get Dr. Bernard Spilsbury along and see what he thinks of it. There's a phone box right opposite. Here's his telephone number. Ask him to meet me here in half an hour.
Very good, sir.
No, I agree with you, Wednesday. Despite all the appearances, the murder was not committed here.
What makes you so sure?
Those blood stains. Now, you see this one here on the sheet, and this one on the counterpane. They're smeared. Now, a blood stain caused from a wound would be very different. Blood from a wound would spurt. Someone has smeared blood about this place and tried to create the impression that the murderer washed his blood-stained hands in this bucket of water.
Yes. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with that theory, Dr. Spilsbury. Now, let's see what we can find out about Madame Gerard.
I can tell you that the woman whose body was found had not been dead more than 36 hours.
That's a help. We can take it that the sack found in Regent Square had been discovered pretty soon after it was left there.
Why?
Well, there was a heavy rainstorm at 4:30 in the morning of November the 2nd, and the ground underneath the sack was wet.
That means that the murderer must have waited 24 hours before disposing of the body.
Let's suppose that the body is that of Madame Gerard. What was she doing on the night of the 31st October?
There was an air raid that night, sir.
Yes, the Gothers came over. Plenty of confusion. Perhaps a good night for a murder. Let's find out who was the last person to see Madame Gerard.
It transpired that Madame Gerard had not been seen since 11:15 on the night of October the 31st. In view of Dr. Spilsbury's evidence, it looked as though the inspector was right and that she had been murdered about the time the air raid was in progress. According to witnesses, Madame Gerard had left her flat late that night to take refuge. Back to the flat in Munster Square went Inspector Wensley and his assistant to search it yet again for possible clues.
Here's something, sir. I found it among the papers in this desk.
Give it to me. I owe you 50 pounds, L-E-O-I-S-I-N.
Yes, sir.
Voisin.
It's payable on the 1st of November.
Voisin. I don't think you've heard that name before in this case.
No, sir. That name's not among the witnesses. I'll ask the landlord to see if he knows anybody called Voisin.
The landlord proved to be a very loquacious man. He most certainly knew Voisin. He knew all about it. He knew all about all the residents in the flats in Munster Square. The difficulty was to keep him on the subject in hand. Voisin, it seemed, used to be a friend of Madame Gerard's husband, who was a French chef, and Voisin, being a butcher, they had much in common. Gerard used to buy supplies from Voisin at his place in Spitzfield Market. Then Gerard went abroad to fight for France. Afterwards, then, the landlord, Mrs. Gerard, acted as a sort of housekeeper for Voisin. But now she had been at the present flat for some time. Voisin still lived at Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square.
It's funny you should ask about Mr. Voisin. I hadn't seen him for some time, but he came round here to the house the other afternoon.
Which afternoon?
Well, it had been the afternoon after Madame Gerard disappeared.
And the afternoon before we discovered the body.
That's right, November the 1st it was. He came round in the afternoon just after lunch. Why, I remember what he said to me.
Good evening, Mr. Voisin. You're quite a stranger. I haven't seen you for some time.
It's about Madame Gerard I have called.
I don't think she's in. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her since yesterday.
I have a message for you for her. She'll be away for several weeks.
Oh, nothing the matter, I hope?
No. It's nothing important. It's just to tell you that she will be away.
Oh, I see.
Oh, by the way, I have to tell you that Madame Gerard is expecting a sack of potatoes. And she says, would you be good enough to take them in while they are delivered, you know?
Yes, of course I will. And tell Madame Gerard I hope we'll see her back very soon.
Yes, I'll tell her that.
And that's the last time I've seen Mr. Voisin.
I see. What else do you know about this man?
Well, I know he's got the key to Madame Gerard's flat because I saw him letting himself in there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, and what's more, I reckon it was his money which used to pay her rent.
Have you got any proof of that?
Only she used to pay me every Friday after he'd been to see her. And if he was late or didn't come, then I noticed she didn't pay me until he'd been.
And he used to be his housekeeper?
Yes, sir. But I think they was pretty good friends.
So it is.
Well, will there be anything else you'll be wanting me for, sir?
No, not at the moment. Thank you very much.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be getting back downstairs. Good morning, sir.
Do those Voisins are men, sir?
I can't say as yet, but I certainly think we'll have a look at him.
Are you going round to see him, sir?
I think it might be a good idea to look at the place where he lives first. It might pay to give Monsieur Voisin a little surprise.
Scotland Yard detectives reconnoitered Voisin's address in Charlotte Street and found that he lived in a basement flat near some stables. Voisin had until recently been a sorterman employed by a wholesale butcher at Smithfield Market, but was now in charge of his employer's horses. Having sized up the situation, the man from the yard planned a raid. That afternoon, Voisin, together with a woman friend, Bertha Roche, were seated in the living room of their flat when suddenly...
Oh, what in the name of the devil? Oh, I don't know, Voisin. We're the police. What do you want?
What the yard wanted was evidence. And Voisin's flat told a terrible story. The doors and walls were spattered with blood. Examination of Voisin's flat left no doubt that it had been the scene of an awful crime. This time, Dr. Spilsbury could confirm the authenticity of the evidence.
All right, Monsieur Voisin. I think you'll have to come along with me to Bow Street.
Must she come too?
Yes, I shall want the lady as well.
May I pack some of my things?
I'm afraid at the moment I can't allow you to touch anything or take it away with you.
Very well.
Come along now.
While Voisin and Bertha Roche were taken to Bow Street, detectives questioned their neighbors for further evidence. It appeared that on the night of October the 31st, the voices of two women in violent altercation had been heard coming from Voisin's room. This had not commanded much attention at the time on account of the air raid. At about 8 o'clock the following morning, Bertha Roche had been seen by one of her neighbors drawing water from a tap. The neighbor spoke to her and she replied that Voisin had been killing a calf and that she was fetching water to wash his shirt. At Bow Street, Chief Inspector Wednesday took in hand the interrogation.
I should like to know how long you have known Madame Gerard.
I wish to protest against this indignity. I've been brought here like a criminal. I demand justice.
If you'll answer my questions, we may be able to do something about that. Now, suppose you calm down, Mr. Voisin, and tell me how long you've known Madame Gerard.
Oh, about 18 months.
And when did you last see her?
Let me see now. It would be the 31st of October, yes. She told me she was leaving for France on a visit to her husband.
And why did you call at Madame Gerard's room the following day?
Simply to feed the cat.
And what about the bloodstains on the walls of your flat?
He'd been killing a calf.
Thank you, Miss Roche, but I asked Mr. Voisin a question.
What she says is true.
In that case, you'll have no objection to being searched?
No, I do not object.
Very well.
Voisin was searched, and the key to the door of a cellar in Sarda Street was found in his pocket. Detectives were dispatched to search the cellar, and there, buried in a tub of sawdust, they found the missing head and hands of the murdered woman. And Bertha Roche were detained at Bow Street for the night, while Wensley carefully considered the evidence against them. It was a matter of common sense that one or the other, or both of them, had murdered Madame Gerard. In view of the medical report, however, the extent to which Voisin might be implicated was uncertain. A test occurred to Wednesday which would go a long way towards determining the guilt or innocence of Voisin, and he decided to apply it. There is often a mistaken impression that a police officer may not question a suspect. That is not so. The only rule is that a police officer must administer a caution when he has made up his mind to charge a suspect. No sensible police officer makes up his mind to charge until he has sufficient evidence. He can therefore go on questioning a suspect until the position arises. Once the officer has all the evidence he wants, there is of course no point in asking any more questions. At the subsequent trial, Inspector Wensley's actions were challenged, but Wensley was perfectly within his rights as a police officer in acting as he did. He had Voisin and Bertha Roche brought before him.
Now, Mr. Voisin, I wonder if you'd be prepared to help me.
What do you want me to do?
Have you any objection to writing the words Bloody Belgium on this piece of paper?
No, not at all.
There you are. Thank you. Would you mind writing it again? It'll do on the same piece of paper.
All right.
Thank you. And once again, thank you very much indeed. Oh, by the way, I see you spell bloody B-L-O-D-I-E.
Yes.
And you spelt it that way 3 times.
Yes.
Mr. Voisin, do you always spell it that way?
I don't know.
Louis Voisin and Bertha Roche, I'm going to charge you with the murder of Emilienne Gerard. I must warn you that anything you may say may be taken down as evidence and used at your trial.
Louis, you fool, you fool. You've done this.
Be quiet, woman.
You brute, you've deceived me.
Be quiet. I tell you, be quiet.
2 days later, Voisin volunteered a statement. It was an attempt to adapt his own story to the discoveries he knew the police had made, and at the same time to exonerate Bertha Roche.
She isn't concerned in this crime. I went to Madame Gerard's place, and when I arrived, the floor and the carpet were covered with blood. The head and the hands were wrapped up in a flannel jacket. They were on the kitchen table. The rest of the body was not there. Oh, I was so astonished at such an affair that I did not know what to do. I remained 5 minutes stupefied. I thought that a trap had been laid for me. I commenced to clean the blood, and my clothes became stained with it. I left the head and the hands in the things they were wrapped up in. I then back to my flat, had lunch, and later returned to Madame Gerard's room and took the packet to my place. Oh, I kept thinking this was a trap. I had no intention of doing any harm to Madame Gerard. Oh, why should I kill her?
It was an ingenious story which could have deceived no one. It did not explain the blood-stained condition of the living room in Charlotte Street, nor the identical handwriting of the misspelt note found with the body and the words written later by Voisin. Neither did Voisin explain why a blood-stained towel in which was one of Madame Gerard's earrings had been found in the cellar. But above all, it simply did not fit the evidence which Dr. Spilsbury had gathered from the pitiful remains. Dr. Spilsbury had, in fact, reconstructed the true story of the crime.
The head of the woman was covered with wounds which must have been inflicted with some weapon, such as a poker. There were literally dozens of the wounds. There were cuts and bruises on the woman's hands, which had been caused as she had tried to ward off the blows that had rained upon her head. Whoever had struck the blows was someone of no great physical strength. The woman died not from the direct effect of the blows, but from loss of blood. She survived the attack for probably half an hour. An examination of the heart indicates partial strangulation. We are therefore able to build up the following picture of the crime. The woman was attacked with a poker or similar weapon by someone of no great strength. She fought for her life and no doubt screamed for help. While blows were still being rained on her, a second person must have thrown something over her head, no doubt with the object of stifling her cries. Next, we have a question of dismemberment. The body was dismembered by someone of unusual strength, who was accustomed to the use of a knife. The cuts indicate experience of dissection, but no surgical knowledge. We can therefore conclude that two people were concerned in the crime.
And so Dr. Spilsbury, working independently in his laboratory, had reached the same conclusions as Inspector Wensley. Madame Gerard, so far as could be discovered, had never met Bertha Roche and did not even know of her existence. On the night of the air raid, Madame Gerard had left her flat in Regent's Park and taken shelter in a tube station. The rest can only be surmised, but we can imagine that when the all-clear signal was given, the crowd of frightened refugees was turned out so that the tube station could be closed for the night. Madame Gerard must have made her way to Voisin's rooms, intending to spend the rest of the night in the security of his cellar. Here she must have found Bertha Roche. The scene between the two women can be imagined. Both had been in a hysterical terror throughout the air raid. Madame Gerard, incensed at the discovery of her rival, may have abused Bertha Roche. She, maddened by the other's taunts, must have picked up the weapon nearest to her hand and attacked the intruder. Voisin, sleeping in the next room, must have been awakened by the noise, rushed into the room, thrown a towel around the head of the screaming woman. The blows and suffocation must have continued for some time until finally Amelia and Gerard lay dead. Imagine Voisin and Bertha Roche sitting up all night, thinking of ways and means of disposing of the body. And then, next day, Voisin visiting Madame Gérard's flat to lay a full scale of evidence, all to no avail. And finally, Voisin going out on his awful task of disposing of the body. The trial came on at the Old Bailey before Mr. Justice Darling. Spilsbury and Wensley were convinced in their own minds that Bertha Roche must have attacked Madame Gérard, but there could be no legal proof of this. A submission was made on her behalf that there was no case to go to the jury, and the judge gave his ruling.
There is a good deal of evidence against Roche to show that she was an accessory after the fact of the murder. But there is not evidence to prove that she necessarily took part in the crime itself. I shall therefore direct the jury to return a verdict of not guilty in regard to her.
Bertha Roche upon discharge, and the trial continued with Voisin alone in the dock. The evidence of Dr. Spilsbury decided the case for the prosecution. The jury took only a quarter of an hour to decide that Voisin was guilty. Mr. Justice Darling passed sentence of death in French. On the day before Voisin was executed, Bertha Roche appeared at the Old Bailey and was sentenced to 7 years penal servitude as an accessory after the murder. She died in prison a year later. Oh, and by the way, nobody ever discovered why Voisin wrote those 2 words on the piece of paper he left with the body. Those words which were to help to hang him for a murder most foul. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, a repository of death. Yes, here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a dictionary, a stenographer's notebook, a clothes hanger, all are touched by murder. Here's a postcard. It's a familiar object, slightly soiled in its passage through the mails. Usual cancellation over the stamp, an ordinary address, 29 St. Paul's Road, London. The message? Oh, yes. On the message side, a drawing, rather well done, of the rising sun.
Rather a conventional representation, isn't it, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Conventional, still a rather unconventional matter.
Murder? Yes. Yes, it is unconventional. You know, Sergeant, I've often wondered why they hold so many executions at sunrise. Why they end lives at the beginning of the day.
Anyway, that postcard today with the rising sun on it can be seen among the other exhibits in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
And here we are, in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Yes, here lies death in a variety of forms, swift or slow, merciful or cruel. Death is here, laid out, remembered in detail, and perhaps waiting to strike again. Here's a typewriter. This is an instrument of death. Yes? Worthy of the Black Museum, definitely. The criminal care, the vicious planning that went into its use, till the person who received the letters written on his machine, in desperation, took her own life. There's a child's toy, a tiny metal airplane. It's rusty in places. The propeller doesn't turn anymore, but there were fingerprints on this. They placed a killer at the scene of the crime, for which he was hanged. Now, here we are, the postcard. The postcard with its drawing of a rising sun. It's clear at once that a skilled hand drew this tiny picture. In this case, many things were clear almost at once, and conclusions were drawn. However, that, of course, is the story which begins for us as Alfie Vine and his elderly mother turn into the entrance of 29 St. Paul's Road, London.
Alfie, I refuse to go a step further until you've told me what this is all about.
I'm surprising you, Mums. Oh, you've come all this way. Are you going to spoil it all now?
I'll not set foot in this house until you stop all this mystery.
Oh, Mums. Well, this is where I've got my rooms.
You're living here?
Oh, 29 St. Paul's. You know the address.
It's rather dirty.
My place is all right. It's only the outside, and it's cheap.
Alfie, you've not wanted to show me this before.
I want to show you the girl who's waiting upstairs.
Alfie, you haven't gone and got married.
Not yet, Mums, but we're planning, so I want you to meet her.
All right. I'll go in.
They went in. The shabby young man, the rusty, black-clad, gray-haired woman. They climbed the stairs, one flight only one, but enough for Mrs. Vine to see the scabby walls, the dirty stair rail, the untidy hall. Alfie placed his key in the lock and turned it and opened the door. Light from the window revealed a single room, a washstand, a bed. The mother had reason to scream. There was a young lady on the bed, clad in the remnants of a nightgown. The gown, the sheets, the pillow were blood-stained. Why wouldn't they be? The young lady's head had been severed from her body. His mother, given into the care of a neighbor, Alfie Vine summoned the police. Shortly thereafter, he faced Inspector Wood and Sergeant Cross of the CID, Scotland Yard.
It's obvious, Vine, that this Alice Cortland was, or should we say, more than a fiancée to you.
We was married. I didn't want my mother to think we'd gone and done it without her knowing, so we planned to do it over again after Mum's met her.
Yeah. Where were you last night, Vine?
Working? Oh, you can check. I'm a postal clerk, night shift.
Where?
Charing Cross substation.
Oh, check that, Sergeant. Yes, sir, of course. You work nights a lot, Vine?
It's a split schedule, Inspector. 2 or 3 times, sometimes more a week. You don't think I done Alice in, do you?
We're not thinking anything yet. Not until we find out from the lab exactly when she died.
Poor Alice. She didn't have much of a life. Nothing to depend on till she met me.
What did she do at night while you were working?
I never asked. We trusted each other, we did.
I see. Sergeant, I want the neighborhood.
The inspector was skeptical. You could hear it in his voice. The story was odd, to say the least. It became a trifle more odd when Sergeant Cross reported.
They knew her, all right. Every bar in the district, but not as Alice Vine. In most places, she was Daisy Cummins.
Inspector understood. Came as no surprise, therefore, when a frightened little man, a Marty Shaw, ship's cook on leave, turned up at the yard.
Yes, sir, I knew Daisy, but But I wasn't with her Wednesday night. No, sir, not then.
When did you see her last?
That was Tuesday night, Inspector.
And before that?
Monday, and Sunday too, sir. We had dates, Daisy and me, whenever I was ashore. Always had a few drinks together, at the Ork, at the Rising Sun, places like that along St. Paul's Road.
Mm-hmm. But not Wednesday night?
No, sir. Not the night she got herself killed. No, sir.
Why not?
Well, she had a date with somebody else, sir.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, I saw him, sir. In the Rising Sun. I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Were you jealous?
No, sir. I was with Daisy's friend Margie. Good looker, too.
Can you describe the man Daisy was with?
Well, I had a look at him. I believe I could.
Oh, could you pick him out of a group?
Well, I might, sir. I'd try for you, Inspector. I'd really try.
Apparently a step forward is about to be made in the case. The ship's cook gives his description.
Not very big. Slim-like, too. Shabby, but in a genteel kind of way. About 30 years old. Always doodling like with a pencil. Kind of fella can always pick up a check.
A description. Not much to go on, but a start. Again, the canvassers covered the area. And now the various barmaids and tavern keepers remembered a man like that. Remembered seeing a man like that with Daisy, alias Alice, the girl who literally lost her head. However, there were no further traces of the man in question. Inspector Wood and Sergeant Cross went back to the bedroom in St. Paul's Road.
All right, Sergeant. With a fine tooth comb. The whole room down to the baseboards. And behind them, if necessary.
The detectives took the tawdry little room apart. The bed was dismantled, the window shades were unrolled, the washstand and its pipings were completely explored. The bureau was investigated, the drawers were pulled out, their contents tossed on the bed.
Hello. Here's something, Inspector. Ah, a postcard, I see. Postmarked the day before. Where was it?
Caught in the back of this drawer, between the backboard and the bottom.
Yeah, interesting. What do you make of that drawing, Sergeant?
It looks like the old Jap flag to me. I don't know of any Japanese eating place near here, Inspector. Dear Daisy, meet me at 8:15 at the... whatever the picture means.
It's a rising sun, isn't it, Sergeant?
And there is a rising sun. Where that Shaw fellow saw her on Wednesday night.
Yeah, rather well drawn, almost a skilled hand.
An artist, maybe?
Maybe. Possibly the killer as well. Right, back to work, Sergeant. There may be a few more little messages like this.
They found two more, hidden in the recesses at the back of the bureau. And that was all.
It's 1,000 to 1 shot, Sergeant, but we'll try publishing these in the papers. Someone may recognize the handwriting or the sketches. More likely, the sketches.
And someone did.
Hello?
Larry? This is May.
May, this is wonderful.
Is it, Larry?
Of course it is.
Then why haven't I heard from you in weeks?
After we had our quarrel, dear, I thought a certain beautiful model was pretty well through with a certain artist.
I should be.
But you're not?
Larry, have you seen today's newspapers?
No. Why?
It's quite simple. A girl you'd been sending postcards to was murdered Wednesday night.
How do you know I sent her cards?
They're in the paper with drawings. I know your style, even in the paper.
I should be flattered, I guess.
I'm not. Larry, the police want to know who sent those cards.
May, will you believe me when I tell you I never killed anyone?
I believe you. I know you.
Then, for old time's sake, will you help me? I'm in trouble, May. Real trouble.
What would you want me to do, Harry?
If anyone asks you, anyone at all, will you say we were together from 10:30 on Wednesday night?
For how long?
An hour or so. Then you went to Earl's Court while I went to King's Cross. Will you?
Were you with her?
Does it matter, May?
No, not anymore, I suppose.
Then try to remember, May, please. 10:30, Earl's Court, King's Cross.
May Hester, artist model, once upon a time in love with an artist named Larry, and now asked to provide an alibi. In fact, asked to provide an alibi which might never be needed. May Hester lived with what she knew for a day or so, and then, half reluctantly, her feet and her conscience took her to an office in the old building on the Thames.
I understand your position, Miss Hester. I'm grateful you came to see me.
I don't believe he killed her, Inspector, but as long as you're looking for him, you won't be looking for the right person, will you?
Well, that's one way of saying it. Miss Hester.
Yes, Inspector?
I think you'd better give me his name.
It's Larry Duncan.
Mm-hmm. Do you know where he lives at present?
May Hester knew. She gave Inspector Wood an address on London's western edge. She left the environs of Scotland Yard. So did Inspector Wood, in company with Sergeant Cross.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes, I'm Duncan.
I'm Inspector Wood, CID. My credentials. This is Sergeant Cross.
Will you come in, gentlemen?
No, thank you. I'm afraid, Mr. Duncan, we have to ask you to come out with us. We need to ask you a few questions, and it'll be more convenient down at the yard.
Well, today, the postcard with a little picture of the rising sun on it is part of the exhibits in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Larry Duncan was held on suspicion of murder. The inspector was convinced of his guilt. Duncan protested his innocence. The family called in a famous defender, but despite the presence in the case of Sir John Cripps, Scotland Yard charged Larry Duncan with the murder of Alice Vine, alias Daisy Cummins, and preparations for the trial went forward. Sir John conferred with Larry.
How are you, my boy?
Fairly well, sir. Does my prison pallor show as yet?
Not yet. I like your confidence, Larry.
I didn't kill the woman, sir.
However, you were seen with her that night. A man, a sailor, I believe, who had been with her the 3 nights previous, saw you both together in the, rising sun.
That's why I asked May to say we'd been together after 10:30 that night.
Well, they have another witness, a tram conductor, who states he saw you leave that house at 5 in the morning.
He couldn't have seen me.
I take your word, but will a jury after that false alibi?
I'll have to take my chances on that, I guess.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps a little further investigation may bring a few more facts to light.
Sir John Cripps proceeded toward a few more facts, but he kept what he learned very quiet. Not until the trial itself did he reveal his strategy or the evidence he expected to produce. In fact, the first move came sometime after Inspector Wood and Sergeant Cross had placed the police case in the record. The tram conductor, one Charles Powers, was on the witness stand.
And are you certain, Mr. Powers, that the prisoner in the dock is the man you saw leaving 29 St. Paul's Road that morning?
I am that, sir. Positive.
How, Mr. Powers?
By his walk, sir. He has a kind of free-swinging stride.
Thank you. You may cross-examine.
Thank you. Mr. Powers, let me refresh my memory. You have said the weather that tragic morning was drizzly.
Yeah, I did say so. It was.
Thank you. And that you saw the man quite clearly by the light of a lamppost.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And further, that you heard a church clock in the vicinity strike 5.
I did.
My lord, I offer in evidence as a rebuttal of this man's testimony the reports duly attested of the electric light company servicing that district, which contains the record that the street lights were extinguished that morning at 4:37 a.m. This man could not have seen anyone by the light of a street lamp.
Mark it for evidence.
And if it please the court, I have here the duly attested records of the London Weather Bureau. Not one drop of rain fell anywhere in London that morning.
Mark that for evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
A skilled lawyer in action is a fine thing to watch, isn't it? Here was a witness, an important witness, completely demolished. His facts called in question and his responsibility torn to pieces. The prosecution suffered from that, naturally. They attempted to regain their loss with Marty Shaw, the ship's cook.
In conclusion, Mr. Shaw, you identified the prisoner as the man who was with the victim the night of the murder?
I did, sir.
Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, were you frightened when you heard of Miss Cummins' death? No. Why should I be? Why shouldn't you have been? After all, Mr. Shaw, by your own testimony, you spent Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday evenings with Miss Cummins. She was killed on Wednesday. Why shouldn't you have been frightened?
You mean because I was the next man to the prisoner?
Next man to the murderer, perhaps. Not next man to the prisoner.
Maybe I was.
You realized, didn't you, that your position might turn out to be unpleasant?
Yes, I guess I did.
And you discussed the matter with another lady friend of the deceased?
What if I did?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Except perhaps that from this woman you obtained a detailed description of a certain friend of Miss Cummins, and from that description you picked out the prisoner at an identification parade? Well, Mr. Shaw, answer me.
Well,
Speak up, Mr. Shaw. The judge and the jury want to hear your answer. So do I.
Yes, sir. I did that.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. That is all.
Another witness's testimony discredited. His motives called in question. The propriety of his identification more than called in question. The courtroom crowd was making bets as it filed out after the first day. The odds were swinging away from the prosecution and toward the young man who sat quietly in the prisoner's dock, sketching. After all, Larry Duncan was an artist. But an artist wants to keep the record of his experiences, even when his life hangs in the balance. Next day, the prosecution called May Hester.
Miss Hester, how did you learn of this crime?
In the newspapers.
And how did you first connect the prisoner with it, in your mind?
Well, when I saw the postcard in the paper, the one with the drawing on it, it was Larry's, Mr. Duncan's tile. I recognized it.
What did you do?
I called him on the phone.
What happened?
He asked me to give him an alibi.
A false alibi?
Yes. He wanted me to say that I'd been with him that night.
And what did you do?
I agreed. Then I thought it over and I went to the police.
Very well, Miss Hester. Thank you. Cross-examine.
Miss Hester, why did you go to the police?
Well, I was afraid, I suppose.
Had you been in love with Mr. Duncan?
That is, yes.
Uh-huh. Was he in love with you?
I thought so.
Have you ever heard of an emotion called jealousy, Miss Hester?
It was over. I had no reason to be jealous.
I submit, Miss Hester, that when you thought it over, when you realized that Mr. Duncan had apparently gone to this woman after his protestations to you, that you were not afraid, that you were jealous enough to want revenge.
That's not so. That's not true.
You were afraid. Of what? That this man might try to murder you?
No, of course not. Larry, Mr. Duncan wouldn't hurt a fly.
Miss Hester, when Mr. Duncan asked you for the alibi, did you know the time of the murder?
No. No, sir.
When did you learn of it?
Here, in the medical testimony.
Did the question of the time of the death enter your mind when you went to the police?
No, of course not.
I ask you again, Miss Hester, can you say you were motivated only by fear and not by jealousy or revenge?
Yes, I was only afraid.
Afraid of what?
I was afraid that, well, even if he hadn't done it, and I had to swear falsely, I might get into trouble myself.
And you were willing to sacrifice the reputation, perhaps even the life of the man you loved, because you were afraid to get into trouble.
Objection, my lord. Irrelevant, incompetent, and immaterial.
I withdraw the question. That is all, Miss Hester. Thank you very much.
Thereafter, the prosecution rested their case, or what was left of it. Sir John called Larry Duncan as his first witness for the defense. Testimony was short.
I didn't kill her. I left her at the rising sun that night, around midnight. I didn't kill her.
Nor could the Crown's prosecutor shake his statement. Next and last witness for the defense, one David Wallace, a ticket agent on a suburban railroad.
Mr. Wallace, what is your address?
26 St. Paul's Road.
What time did you leave your house the morning after this killing?
My regular time, sir. 5 minutes to 5.
Uh-huh. Did you see anyone that morning?
Yes, sir. A man going in the opposite direction.
Only one man?
Only one, sir.
Are you conscious that you have a rather free swinging stride?
Oh, I do it on purpose, sir. It's good for you in the morning.
With the permission of the court, I request a small demonstration.
Proceed.
Step down a moment, Mr. Wallace, please.
Aye, sir.
Now then, just turn up the collar of your coat. Thank you. Put on your hat, will you? Thank you. Now, will you walk, please, as you do in the mornings?
Chest out, breathe deep and all.
Please.
Like this, sir.
It was unmistakable, the free swinging stride. It was established that there was a man on proper, decent business walking in St. Paul's Road at 5 that morning. The prosecution had no cross-examination for Mr. Wallace. The Crown summed up. Sir John summed up. The judge's charge was brief and to the point.
In cases such as this, if there is any reasonable doubt in your minds, gentlemen of the jury, it is incumbent on you to give the prisoner the benefit of that doubt.
At 8:30 the same evening, the jury filed back into the box. The clerk solemnly intoned the old question. Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
Again the clerk spoke. What is your verdict?
We find the accused not guilty.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment.
Someday that postcard, whatever it may mean with its rising sun, reposes in a place of honor in the Black Museum.
Exciting news for a diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.